Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order at 6:47, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Jessica, would you lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I have two matters to report out of closed session. One, in the matter of closed session, item B3, the board approved a settlement agreement by the following roll call vote. Ayes, Reed, Sharp, Colados, Lucky, Vandenboss. No noes, no abstentions. The facts and circumstances in a copy of the settlement agreement are being withheld due to student privacy rights pursuant to 20 U.S.C. Section 1232G and Ed Code Section 49060 et sec. In closed session, the board took action to approve the suspension without pay for 10 working days of a permanent classified employee employed as a groundskeeper. The roll call vote was as follows. Ayes, Reed, Sharp, Colados, Lucky, Vandenboss. No noes, no abstentions. May I have someone approve the agenda, please?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Minutes of the Special Board of Education meeting for October 22nd.
Move approval.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstentions? Tony and I.
One. Two.
Okay. Two. All right. Regular Board of Education meeting October 28th.
Move approval.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
And I
Abstain?
abstain.
One abstention. Item H.
Oh, there it is.
Like how matter-of-factly you just went to item H.
Item H.
So our recognition of retiring board member. I'm going to turn it over first for board comments, beginning with board member Sharp.
You
When he goes like that.
like this,
you know,
yeah.
How many Malcolmisms are there?
No, well, my wife and I have been sharing our 40th anniversary cold, so I'm doing my best Basso impersonation tonight. It hardly seems, if you just take as it a snapshot, how little time ago November of 2007 was, especially the evening when Larry won, and I literally almost broke his back. I kind of underestimated the amount of weight that I was about to put on him when I jumped on him. But he made it. He is a fit fellow. No sooner had Larry gotten elected that January of 2008 hit. And with January 2008, we had quite a storm of financial proportions. Mid-year cuts, Save Our Teachers Now. We had a retirement benefit that helped us get through that storm. 2009, Measure M to get renewed. 2011, get, not Measure M, Measure P renewed. No. V, I'll get it right. Again, medication. My long and the short of it, it was one thing after another for most of this guy's tenure of getting us through the financial storm. And I will say there was not a person on the Hill better to be serving this board and this district and this community than Larry. He's got the whole package. He's got that legal sense that he brings. He's got the business sense. He's got the community sense. Having gone through the district, he's got the sense that I don't know, I have never asked him what was more difficult, this job or being the commissioner for AYSO, but I've told people, you know, my 3 short years on Rolling Hills Little League board, some of those kinds of things that we had to deal with were were pretty interesting as far as preparing for this kind of service. So Larry, going to miss you a ton. I know where you live, though. I know how to get you. I wish you all the best. Be careful playing volleyball. And thank you for everything.
Oh, me? Well, I'm going to take it from a different point of view, and I'm going to say congratulations, Larry, on your retirement from
Thank
the
you.
board. I hope you and Debbie have the opportunity to take a lot of wonderful trips now together with your family and not have to deal with the never-ending agendas because that's what we do, constantly reading, constantly having those agendas, and I just wish the best for you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
I wanted to share a quick story. When I was thinking of coming onto the running for office for the board, I reached out to Larry. I didn't know him, and I called him one day and introduced myself, and he was polite enough to take my call. And probably regret that. Huh? And I asked him, I said, "What about the workload? What's it like?" And he said, "Oh, it's like once a month." And I've never forgotten that. I think the next year was in the fall of 2009, I think, when I came on, the financial crisis. I think we met every 2 weeks, if not more sessions. It happened to be quite a year. So I always repeat that story. I want to thank you for your professionalism. I want to thank you for your support, both personally and professionally. I want to thank your family. I don't think people realize how much the family sacrifice, spouses, kids. Your fairness, you've always been fair. Even the few times, I think, where we might have really disagreed on an issue, it was never personal. It was always professional. That's how it should be. We talk about these things. We figure it out. We try to do what's in the best interest of the kids in the district, and then we make decisions, and that's always been something I will hold myself to moving forward. The board's a little bit like a family. You are elected, and all of a sudden I have 4 family members, at least professionally, and we have to learn how to work together. And just like you marry into a family, you don't always choose your extended family. You will be one board member I am very proud to have served with and to consider in that fraternity/sorority. And you'll be very hard to replace on multiple levels, but I think your next phase is well-deserved, so thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be brief since I've known Larry the shortest amount of time. It's very different, the person, if you don't know Larry that you see up here and the real Larry. He and his wife Debbie have both been very kind to me and given me a lot of great advice that I've used every single day over this past year. So thank you so much for that. I will often think, what would Larry say about this, or what would Larry do? I'm sure
The
going
opposite, I
forward. No, and I probably won't do the opposite. But like Tony said, your professionalism is something that I would hope to model myself after going forward. And I can't thank you enough for what you've given to us, and any non-confidential questions I might be calling you up over the next
Thank you.
4 years. Thank you very much.
I just would like to offer that, during my time working with you, it's so clear that you're a strong leader and dedicated to this district, but beyond the district. Only recently have I seen how much of an influence you've had across the entire peninsula, and I know that's going to continue. And just lastly, there are some people that when they speak, everyone else looks and leans in, and you've been that person since the day I got here, that everyone leans towards and listens to, and we're going to miss that part about you, but certainly appreciate all you've done for the school district. So any comments you might have, and then we're going to take a picture together down below.
Oh, you'll be sorry you asked about the comments. I was afraid that I would forget some things, so I wrote some things down, and I apologize in advance, but we do have a comment card
You might have another one.
on H, Roma Mystery.
Good evening. I'm Roma Mistry, and I'm the president of the Peninsula Education Foundation. And Larry, on behalf of our Board of Trustees, I would like to thank you for your leadership and your years of service to our school community by volunteering your time on the board. I've only come to know you in the past couple years, but my observations are that you have been the consummate professional, as attested to by so many people here. You have brought no hidden agenda or political ideology. You are very thoughtful and rational in your deliberations, calm in your demeanor, and respectful of all, even when that respect was not returned. Your own kids have long since graduated from this district, and yet you chose to serve in what some might say is a thankless job. That shows how much you care, and it shows your commitment to our schools and to our community. You and your wife, Debbie, have also been wonderful supporters of the Ed Foundation, and I'm also very appreciative and grateful for that support. It's my experience observing volunteers and being a volunteer myself that volunteers don't get thanked enough for what they do, and that we call it a job. You're not getting paid to do this. You volunteered, you put in the time, and I think today I just wanted to say on behalf of the board and personally, thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Roma. It's been a... I'm afraid to take the next card. Kathy Santa Rosa.
Maybe it's the right. She's speaking on another issue.
Remember, stick to the issue. You're only on H.
I'll try. Hi, Larry and board. I just want to take this time to thank you because, as Malcolm said, you came on in the worst time of all, for all of us. But even through the times when I'd call you and ask you, can we talk, can we try to figure out things, you always did, and you always were willing to talk and to be a voice that we needed to hear, PVFA, and we knew that you understood the budget. We knew you did understand what you were talking about, and it also helped us that you could explain to us some things that we needed to understand and we needed to look at. And it was a wonderful time working with you. You have been always fair. You've always treated the teachers with the utmost respect, and it shows in our district how well we've done under your guidance. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate that. So when I got on the board in 2007, I had a full head of hair and there was no gray. That's the way I'm starting with this, even though it's a complete lie. And the past 8 years have been kind of a roller coaster. The first 6 years were pretty tough, and the last years have gotten a lot better. The good news is that we finally are making some progress moving forward. The state has decided they're going to put some more resources towards the district, and we're able to pay back some of the sacrifices that all of our groups have taken in order to move forward for the 6 years that were tough years. Throughout the challenges, though, I think there's been several constants that have lended stability and helped support the district through these choppy seas. Malcolm mentioned the community passing a permanent parcel tax, $7 million a year. The community is voting with their wallets that we're doing the right thing in the district. Roma and the PEF. The Education Foundation, when my wife was the co-president, I think the pledge was $1.25 million, and the pledge is $3.5 million, a little more than that, actually, I think. Now, year after year after year, the community has stepped forward to support this district, and it's very gratifying. And it wouldn't have we wouldn't have been able to do the things we've done, the programs we had, if we hadn't had that support. PTAs, the booster clubs, individuals. We have a lot of individuals that give a lot of their time. I mean, I wasn't teasing Tony about not spending that much time on the board, but in reality, there's a lot of people in the community who spend a lot more time volunteering for the district than we do, that are there every day at school or every week at school and supporting all the things that happen at the base level all the way up. And without all those volunteers, this community, the district wouldn't be as successful as it is, and we wouldn't have the great programs we have. We have, in addition to the community, we have really dedicated teachers. They do the right things, they want to be there, they're taking the job and doing their job for all the right reasons, and our children benefit from it. Sometimes overlooked is the staff. You know, teachers are the face of the district, but the staff is right there with them, and really without both, you can't be successful. We have some really great site administrators. Site administration is not an easy job, because everybody who has a child at that site has an opinion about how the site should be run, and they aren't always the same opinion, surprisingly, amongst all the constituents at that site. And so trying to balance the needs and looking at the big picture is a difficult job, and it's not one, frankly, I would have wanted to have. The district administration staff, our community is really passionate about our schools, but it's a two-edged sword. The passion translates into the wonderful support we get, but when things aren't going quite the way people want, it also translates into frustration and anger and suspicion. And a lot of that comes back on the district staff, because the district staff is the face of the district other than the school board. Over the past 2 years, I really think we've assembled a great district administration. We had very lean budget years where we didn't have the resources to have the number of people we need in the district office to really effectively run a district that has 1,500 employees, basically, a few less, and 12,000 kids. We're doing it on a shoestring, and it showed. We're able to invest in the schools, and the community is going to see the results of the top team we've assembled. Dr. Austin has assembled, and we're all going to be benefiting from it. I'd really like to thank Dawn, Joanne, Trent, John, Kim, Jessica, Lydia, and Emiko for providing the basic team that's going to lead us forward and move, and I feel really good about where we are at this point, especially compared to a couple years ago. It's been an honor to serve with my fellow board members. Serving on the board is a big time commitment, and I think everyone who's on this board, we may not always agree on things, but we're all investing for the right reasons. We want to do the right thing by the children. And we have different perspectives. We have different strengths and weaknesses. I mean, Barbara and Dora before her bring a strong legal perspective, and unfortunately the world is made up of lawyers, and you need a strong legal perspective. Tony, Malcolm, curriculum. I knew next to nothing about curriculum before I got on the board, and I'm not sure I know all that much more about curriculum now after 8 years on the board, but they have a strong background in that. We had Aaron Lamont and Malcolm and Linda provide a strong business background and a strong community volunteer background. I wasn't a volunteer in the district like Debbie was, and they give a lot of perspective to what the community is thinking and how we need to approach the community when we're dealing with board issues. And so we really have a good team of people that all have their own set of expertise. We're able to rely on each other and, most importantly, trust each other. We might not always agree, but at least I know if Barbara says something about a legal issue, she's coming from her perspective. She has some knowledge about the issue, and she's only saying what she's saying because she wants the best for the children, and so on across all the subjects. And so I think that's really a strong thing about our district. Service on the board has been very rewarding. It's a great feeling to give my time to an organization that is such a good organization. It has so many dedicated people. I've strengthened a lot of relationships with people I had before, and I made a lot of new friends. And, you know, when you put your time into something, selfishly you want to get something out of it. And I've gotten way more out of it than I've given, and it's been a real privilege to do that. I will take away many fond memories from different presentations we have. We have amazing students, great staff. We have great volunteers, and our children do amazing things. If you go to any of the high schools and see some of the presentations of things they can do, I couldn't even imagine him doing that when I was 16, 17, 18 years old. You know, you look at robotics, you look at STEM, there's so underwater submarines. I mean, there's so many different things these kids can do that we provide the support for, but they do it and they execute it, and I'll always have that feeling with me. Really, at the end of the day, our students give me comfort that as a leader, they'll be the future leaders of the community and the state and this nation, and we're going to have issues going forward in the community, the state, and the nation. And if we continue to turn out children like we turn out, I'm comfortable that they'll be in good hands going forward, especially when I'm in my old age and I'm relying on somebody to figure out how to do it all. I would be lying, though, if I didn't say there haven't been a few challenges along the way. Generations have sacrificed for the rights that we hold dear, like free speech and an obligation to an open and participatory government. as I'm sure we'll hear later tonight, we're going to have a number of community members speak to us on a number of issues, and we'll get a lot of very good, helpful commentary. That's fundamental to our government, and we want that. However, sometimes it's difficult as a board member not to take some criticism, because we'll get criticism, and some of the criticism is very valid and deserved, but sometimes as a board member it's also difficult not to take it personally. And it's also sometimes difficult when the presentation is done in a way that is not respectful. It's difficult to give the respect to the person who is presenting the information. So for me, a couple of years ago, I realized I was starting to lose patience with some of that, and I was starting to take things personally, and I knew it was really time to go. Because it's not fair to the community at that point that I'm not giving 100% of my attention to what people are saying, even if it's not being said in the way that I want or I think it should be said. So I came to the realization I need to leave, but I'm really glad I'm leaving, because I think also having turnover in the board is important. I really look forward to the new blood that we'll have. Linda will be going into her first full session. Congratulations. And I look forward to Suzanne Seymour stepping up. She's been very familiar with the board issues. I look forward to her stepping up and providing a fresh perspective than I didn't have. And I think that will be a great change for the district. Last, I want to take the chance to publicly acknowledge something that I probably should have done a long time ago, and that is acknowledge the contribution that my family has given to me. Getting teary. Kind of weird. I work for a couple different companies, and it takes a lot of my time. I'm up at, some of you that know me know I'm up at the crack of dawn, and so these meetings are going, I'm an hour from my bedtime right now, generally, you know. And so I don't have a lot of free time, and the time commitment can be really tough on a marriage when you're not there. You know, my kids are basically out of the house. They've been out of the house for 4 years, but that's when you expect to be spending more time with your spouse, and I'm probably spending less time with my spouse in the last 4 years than I did before. And I think I understand, I've only had 2 or 3 times ever that Debbie has said to me, you know, this is really a burden. And, you know, this, you know, I wish you were doing something else. And I think there's a reason for that, because I think if you, any of you that know Debbie know how much she gives to this community and what she does for our school district. She's the president of the library board. She's been on the library board for 4 years, will be serving another 4-year term. Before that, she was involved in the Peninsula Friends of the Library for years. She was a member of the PEF board for many years before I ever got involved in the school district, was actually the co-president of the PEF when I was elected, and had to step down because of the conflict we had between me being on the board and her being at the co-president of the Ed Foundation. She was actively involved in the AYSO, actively involved in girls soccer. She was the past president of the PV chapter of the National Charity League, as opposed to the PV Peninsula chapter of the National Charity League. She was mock trial administrator at Peninsula High for many years, and we didn't have a kid in mock trial at Peninsula High for many years. We didn't have a kid in mock trial at all at Peninsula High, and she did it for many years. She still is an active volunteer reading college application essays at the Boys and Girls Club, mostly for children who are first-time college applicants. They're the first generation in their family that are having a chance to go to college, and she's helping them get there. She served on the Cal Aggie Alumni Association board at UC Davis for over 15 years and will be the president of the board starting in July for 2 years. It's an organization with 200,000 members. This is really only a partial list. I could probably come up with others, but I mean, I want the board meeting to end before midnight tonight. So really, by comparison, Debbie's commitment to students in our district makes mine look like I was kind of a wuss, just spending time on the school board. So, oh, and by the way, in case anyone needs it, she's an excellent campaign manager. Ran 2 campaigns with a recalcitrant candidate who didn't listen to her, and he still got elected. So, future elections, it's a volunteer position, but she's really good at it. So, in closing, I just want to thank you, Debbie, for the love and support you've given me to do this for the last 8 years. Thank you. And so much for a few short comments. Report of the superintendent.
Oh, no, we're not done yet. We're just going to walk down with Larry and the entire board, just down here for a quick picture.
stand between you and Larry. Yeah, right. My wife would say, "You seem like a man of stature when you stand next to me."
All right, there's that family feeling.
There we go.
Come on, Dr. Claus. Act like you know.
All right, look at me first, okay? Thank you. 1, 2. Okay, now me.
The giant lows.
I know.
All right, now we go to Paul's mental notice.
I think we're up to report of the superintendent.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to turn over the first part of the presentation to Lydia Cano to talk about our El Nino preparation.
Good evening and congratulations, Larry.
Thank you, Lydia.
Tonight, I'd like to just talk a little bit about the preparations that we've been working on in light of the threat of El Nino. We know that we've heard it for several years, but it does look like it's coming. And so, starting this summer, our maintenance department has been working on several things, and I'm just going to go over them quickly. And one of the things that we've been doing is looking at all our trees. Unfortunately, because of the drought, we have had to remove more trees this year than we have in my time here at the district. A lot of the roots are weakened because of the drought. There's also been a big infestation of the beetle bark, which has also damaged the trees. So we have had to remove a lot of trees, and so we've been watching and looking at the trees very carefully because we don't want them blowing over and causing damage to any of our buildings. We're looking at the hillsides. You've probably seen quite a few crews around, and what they're doing is cleaning up all the debris and everything that's loosened up from the drought and getting the hillsides cleaned up and prepared. They're going through the campuses and doing the same thing. They're cleaning up all the needles and leaves and everything that could possibly float into the drains and clog the drains. They're looking at the roofs. So again, you can see the pile of needles there. They're cleaning up all of the leaves and things that have been blown up on the roof so that they don't clog the rain gutters again and causing a problem there. Repairing the rain spouts coming down from the rain gutters. There's damage there, so we're getting those prepared so that the water flows out where it belongs properly. We've put some curbing up. This picture of the curbing is at Rancho Vista. This is an area where they always put sandbags because of the flooding issue there. So we built up the curbing there to redirect the water flow. And we've got guys at go into the schools, and they're actually cleaning out the drains so that when we do get that rush of water, hopefully there's nothing far down in there that's blocking the drain. We've got extra sandbags. We're already preparing sandbags and getting them ready for the sites that we know have some flooding issues. So we're already working on those and getting those ready. And this is the waste that gets brought back into the yard after they clean the hillsides and the campuses, and we have a big shredder there, and then, of course, we'll go and we'll put all this through the shredder. So we're removing it from the school sites, it comes into the yard, and then we process it. And just a summary, again, identifying, removing trees, clearing hillsides, campuses, inspecting our roofs, water spouts, direction of water flow, curbing the drains, and preparing the sandbags. So just wanted to keep you up to date. It is an issue that we've talked about also with the city of PVE, and it looks like everyone is preparing for El Nino here on the peninsula. So we're working closely and also communicating with our city partners.
Any questions? Thank you, Lydia.
Thank you also. I'd like to turn the next part over to Trent Bahadur Singh to introduce our guest for the next portion.
Thanks, Dr. Austin. I'd like to ask Dr. Park from Palos Verdes High School to come up. And recently, we had 4 high school students that went to a digital summit that was sponsored by Josh Oakes. And Dr. Park, after the event, sent me a very nice text how impressed he was with our students, with the event. So I'd like to turn it over to him and let him share that with you.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Superintendent Dr. Don Austin and board members, Board President Larry Vandenbos. Thank you for all that you have done for our students. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you about how our students shined and represented our district in the best of ways at the Digital Summit. The Digital Summit was held on November the 6th, and there were over 100 attendees with over 40 companies represented from all over the world. It was held at the Microsoft office in LA, and our 4 seniors, 2 from PV, Elise Kirkpatrick and Lauren Kim, and 2 from Penn, Jessica Hay and Rebecca Moo, served as experts on a panel in front of a large audience regarding the topic of Snapchat, media and marketing, and social media. Our students were the only high school panelists, and I was so proud of them. And you can view their panel interview at www.medialeaders.com. The event was hosted by Josh Oakes, who has been providing professional development for our parents and our staff. And so at this time, along with Mitzi Kress, who could not be here due to our Booster Club meeting, I would like to welcome each of our seniors to speak briefly about their experience at the Digital Summit.
Hi, we are the 4 high school representatives. I guess you can call us the Snapchat experts, who we represented the PV district at the social media conference. And basically what we did was we were in the front with the mics, and Josh Oakes, he asked us a question and we would all take time to answer it. And in the end, the audience had time to ask us questions, and they had time to come up to us and ask us questions at the end.
Hi, good evening. I'm Elise Kirkpatrick. I think it was really great exposure for us 4, and I also think for the district and for the schools up here. It was really great. They would ask us, what we thought about different things, and we also got a lot of internship opportunities from different companies, big companies, and also tech startup companies. And then it was really, I think, great for us to see what kind of jobs there are in social media now. You hear about engineering and being a doctor, but this whole changed going to social media and technology. People, their actual job is to just tweet out or Instagram and advertise for companies. So I think it was really great for us to see that that is a possibility as we are coming to college and we need to decide what we're going to do. So I think it was great. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jessica Hay, and I want to start off by apologizing for my attire. I haven't been home yet. The first thing that they asked us, all 4 of us, was what was our Snapchat count, how many Snapchats we've sent since we downloaded the app. Mine was, at the time, it was 136,000, but now it's 142,000. Not something I'm super proud of, but it led it led all of the different businesses that were there. They convinced them that we are all actually experts in the field of Snapchat. And it was really cool for us to talk about something that we do every single day, and we didn't think it was super important. And they showed us that by after the panel, after we were done, when we went outside, the businesses continued to come up to us personally and ask us questions like, how do you think we should advertise for our business on Snapchat through the different channels, through the My Story, through personal Snapchats or whatever. And it was cool for us to feel like something we do every day is of value and we could actually teach other businesses how to use it.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Moo. Good to be back. I just want to start off by saying I'm really glad you guys are all in one piece with all the football stuff that's been going on. Yeah, but I just want to thank you for an amazing school district, first of all. And then so for the summit that we went to, I thought it was really cool because Josh ended up making like 25 different videos because it wasn't just Snapchat, but there was like Instagram and Vine, and so he ended up making 25 different videos that went online. And so not only did we get to have an impact on those businesses, but also people who get to see those. So our scope of impact and influence went beyond those walls that we were in there that night, or that morning. So that was really cool. And then also Josh wants to follow up with us, so we're gonna have like a Google chat with him and like a video chat and kind of talk about like what's been going on, what new things are hitting, and really like help those big businesses thrive, because I feel like you have to really hit those like teenage ages because we're a huge part of the market. So yeah, thank you for that opportunity.
So one of the challenges in any kind of social media is monetizing their efforts, and you guys need to figure out how to monetize your consulting services you're providing at low to no cost at this point.
All right, to conclude my report, just a couple quick highlights just for this week, actually. I had the opportunity to go and speak to a couple hundred Peninsula High School students all at once, all of their leadership group, which had just recently been recognized for a Golden Bell, and spoke to them about 10 minutes or so about leadership, and then took all of their questions. And they had question cards, so probably answered 30 plus questions, but the forum piece of that was just energizing, just a reminder of how great our students are. The mix of serious, deep intellectual questions and really just funny, silly questions it was fun. It was fun. It was just a great opportunity to get out and be a part of that. And then today, Ms. Reed and I had an opportunity to go out and visit a couple schools and see some instruction live, and to be able to go to a couple different schools unannounced and see the same curriculum being taught, even if it looked a little different, to see the same curriculum being taught, in our case, in primary grades mathematics, was so exciting. And to see the level of engagement, the volume of the classrooms as students are going back and forth and deconstructing problems, there's a lot of things that are going right, and just a couple nice glimpses here in the last couple days. So.
Thank you. All right, student board members, who wants to go first?
So this Rancho Del Mar had our ASB elections on October 21st. We now have an ASB president, vice president, and representative. So congratulations to Savannah Monet, Gabby Grant, and Karan Bhatia. Under our new leadership, we are already starting to collect toys, clothing, and toiletries for Rainbow Shelter. So hopefully we'll be able to make the holidays a bit brighter for some families. Our first quarter ended on Friday, October 24th, so our first quarter grade reports were sent home, and we held our quarterly credit raffle. We wanted to thank the Peninsula Education Foundation for their support with our Student Credit Achievement Incentive Program. It really makes a difference. We also had several families participate in the Skechers Walk on Sunday, October 26th. And on October 28th, a group of students and 2 staff members got to go to a leadership development day along with other high school students. That was supported by CATA, and I had a friend that went, and she said she learned so much, and it was super fun. So, on October 30th, we had our annual Halloween barbecue and field day, so everyone got dressed up, and we had delicious food, and then we played games like football, basketball. We had a relay race where we brushed pumpkins with brooms, which is a lot harder than it sounds, and a mummy rap and all those classic games. So it was an altogether great day. On November 3rd, we had a group of students go on the last college tour for our fall quarter. So that was to Long Beach City College. And on November 4th, all of our teachers participated in a collaborative workshop by Josh Oakes for social media safety. So that was really cool. And we are still working on our WASC review. And we actually have a visiting chair that will do a pre-visit on November 30th. So we are preparing and looking forward to that. Thank you.
Okay, so at PV High, it's very noticeable that students have been very active recently, especially in the arena of service and bettering of self. So Be the Change and ASB have partnered to support Packages for Patriots once again, which is a nonprofit organization to donate really needed supplies to our troops. And each English class is strongly encouraged to donate things like shaving cream and razors, things that are not necessarily provided by the government, but really add to the quality of life of the people who serve us and protect us. And I think Kings have really been involved in this, especially in honor of Veterans Day and Thanksgiving. Our yearbook and Live from 205, which are our two main media centers, have last week paid a visit to the Kennedy Space Center, and they spoke with astronaut J.O. Crichton and visited the center at the JEA NSPA conference. And they were exposed to speakers like Andy Staples from Sports Illustrated and educated more on the media industry and getting opportunities for collaboration with other schools in arenas that are not necessarily available here. And over 6,000 delegates actually attended this convention in Florida, so we were very well represented. For CSF, which is California Scholarship Federation, we have over 492 members this year, which is kind of astounding. I attended the conference last year. Most schools have about 40 to 50, so it's kind of amazing that we have so many students that qualify. I think it really attests to the caliber of our district. And we do things like drives, again, for service. We're doing our Munchkinson Elementary School, where we donate toys to an underprivileged elementary school. Lastly, two things. We had a speaker for all students at PV High named Alex Gray, who was a graduate of PV High, and he spoke about the importance of making healthy choices and staying true to yourself based on personal experiences of the death of his brother due to drug abuse. And he is actually a professional surfer, so very successful and also just very relatable because he was a PV High student. And lastly, the Sea Kings are very excited to continue on the road to the ring. We won our first CIF playoff game, so we will be driving very far to Oxnard to participate in the quarterfinals. So that's at 7 if you'd like to drive very far. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to the report of the board members, if anyone else has a comment card, please turn it in before we get to the end of the public comments on non-agenda items. So you got a couple minutes to pull your cards together, and then I'm going to cut them off. Okay, report from The Rock.
The Rock, okay. Well, since I last spoke to the board about SoCal ROC, I've actually gotten some new information that I'd like to share with you and the audience. And I'm going to tell you a story now, and it's a story about temptation, greed, lust for power, coveting what isn't yours, and then acting on those impulses. But before I get to that, and believe this is not a fairy tale, this is the truth. But before I get to that story, I have to give you some background because there's so many moving parts to the story, you have to understand some things. So I'm going to take you back in time to the 1960s when Wilson Park didn't exist, and all that land down there, where Wilson Park now is, where SoCal Rock is, where Scott Robinson Honda is, belonged to the federal government. And in the 1960s, the government decided to give most of the land to the city of Torrance, but in addition, they deeded 17 acres to Torrance Unified. Within a year, in 1967, there was a retransfer agreement from the U.S. government again, Torrance Unified, to what was then called SCROCS, Southern California Regional Occupational Center. And in that agreement, it states that Torrance Unified, along with 5 other school districts, had established a center as a separate legal entity. And that's an important thing to remember because they essentially created another school district in the state of California. And so 10 of the acres that Torrance got was transferred to Scrock, the others stayed with Torrance. So what's going on in 1967? Jerry Brown, our current governor's father, Pat Brown, is in charge. He's governor. The master plan for higher education is developed, a great thing. And they're starting to send voc ed monies out to the school districts. And the plan at the state, and it's in legislation, is that they wanted the school districts to do what was happening at Scrock, which is join into these joint powers agreements, fund all their monies together because the amount of money coming into each individual district really wasn't all that much, and then create these separate independent school districts. And so what happened is most of the money went to the individual districts up and down the state, and most school districts didn't enter into these agreements. So anyway, you've got Scrock down here. It's a separate legal entity. It has a governing board. It has people that sit on the board, and they come one person from each school district. So right now, I sit on the Scrock board. I represent Palos Verdes. Sitting next to me is Terry Reagans, and she represents Torrance Unified. And then we have Manhattan Beach, Redondo, El Segundo, and Inglewood. Anyway, let me just briefly tell you what Scrock does, because some of you are SoCal ROC, some of you probably don't have a clue as to what I'm talking about. When those voc ed monies were coming in to the center, the purpose of the center was to train students to get jobs in the real world back in the 1960s. Fast forward to today, and we call it career tech, okay? And we're still training kids for jobs in the 21st century. So, and we also do adults. But let me just tell you again some of the students that we serve. The most delicate ones, and we serve some rough kids, and we serve regular kids, and we serve some that need a little more help, are our transition kids. And these are special ed kids who are between the ages of 18 up to 22. They have gone through high school. They cannot get a diploma. They cannot get through the curriculum. They will never earn a diploma. We give them a certificate. And some of these transition kids can be trained to have jobs in the retail area and hotels. So we have a module for them, and we train them. We give them the job skills, and then we have partnerships with over 250 businesses in the greater Torrance area, and these kids can go out and they work for places such as Marriott. They work down at the Del Amo Mall for many of the stores down there. You'll see them in the grocery stores. But these are kids who can be trained to become productive citizens in the 21st century, and the training they get is from SoCal ROC. In addition, we offer classes for kids who are in high school and they are interested in the trades. They don't want to go to college, they don't want to go to junior college, four-year college, and they want to learn the trades. So we have classes that teach them how to be an electrician, a plumber. The best class is a welder. I don't know if you watch the Republican debate, which is, of course, the best show in town on TV right now. And if you listen to Senator Rubio, he said, you know, we're producing too many philosophers. We need more welders. He's right. We're always going to need welders. And these kids can leave SoCal ROC out of high school and get high-paying jobs. In fact, we have waiting lists for these classes. And then we have other classes such as teaching kids to be medical assistants, dental assistants, and we have many students who are thinking about going into medicine or becoming a dentist, and they take these classes as a preliminary experience to see whether they would like to do it. For instance, if you want to be a surgeon, You better find out if you're going to, faint at the sight of blood. Well, we have classes for that. Anyway, we serve all these types of different populations, and we have served them for 48 years. Anyway, now I'm going to switch to the adult school, and I want you to remember this, adult school. So, separate school district, and now we're going to talk about adult school. So many of the high school districts, obviously, and the unified school districts in the state of California run these adult schools. There are probably hundreds of adult schools in the state of California. And SoCal ROC at some point began running an adult school. And the way that these adult schools are supported by the state is that they count the number of kids that are in the seats on a particular day, they multiply it by whatever the number is, and they give you money to run your programs. Every single school district in the state of California is paid directly for those adult ed funds by the state, except for SoCal ROC. And this is where I'm going to talk about the root of the problem that I'm going to talk about right now. For some reason, I don't know why, maybe it was because Torrance Unified was the lead agency originally when SCROC was created, the money for the adult schools that SoCal ROC runs does not go to them directly. It is a pass-through through Torrance Unified. And I want you to remember the word pass-through. So, year after year after year, the money has passed through Torrance Unified's budget, but they have never been able to get to the money. They didn't earn it, and it's not their money, but it passes through. So how do I know that SoCal ROC was deserving of the money? Well, we run the adult school on our campus. It's 10 acres, 3 buildings, and 1 parking lot on Crenshaw. The kids come to our campus, they walk our grounds, they go into our buildings, they go into our classrooms. They sit in on our furniture and our chairs. Our teachers teach them. We provide all the supplies and everything. Torrance Unified, on the other side, has their own adult school, which they run independently, and they're certainly experts on adult schools. Anyway, the pass-through money has gone through Torrance Unified's budget for many years, probably since the beginning of the adult school program at SoCal ROC. And Torrance Unified has never hasn't raised a single little finger to help us run it because it's not their program. They've got their own. The amount of money that passes through their budget is not insignificant. It's $3.5 million, year after year after year after year after year, and they cannot access it. Anyway, let me just digress for a minute and talk about the difference in sizes of the 2 budgets. Torrance Unified has about 25,000 students that they serve. PV, we serve approximately 11,500. Our budget is about $105 million a year. Torrance Unified's budget is in excess, I would estimate, of $200 million a year. Never seen the budget, but just doubling ours. SoCal ROC's budget, when I first got on the board, was $12 million a year. Today, it is $5.5 million, and we serve 4,000 students. So, year after year after year, Torrance has seen this money come through their budget. George Mannon, the superintendent, hasn't been able to access it. The board has not been able to access it until this year. They didn't work for the money. They don't deserve the money, but they got the money. And I'm going to explain to you what happened. So, you can imagine, I mean, think of it from Torrance Unified's point of view. You got $3.5 million coming through your budget every year, through the good times and the bad times. But you can't access the money because it's a pass-through. This year, they came up with what I call is the big lie. And they came up with a plan to get the money. And this is what they did. They hired a consultant, school services, and I really used to admire school services, but I don't now, because they chose sides and they pitted one school district against another. And then they went to the Department of Finance in Sacramento, and anyway, the bottom line is they couldn't have gotten the money without the help of the lobbyist, the Department of Finance in Sacramento, the top legislators in Sacramento, and the governor's office. I mean, it goes all the way up to the governor's office. We actually lobbied ourselves to try to keep the money because we worked for it. Torrance didn't do anything to earn the money, but they gave it. Well, we didn't quite know what they had done, and that's where it gets kind of interesting, because the money didn't flow through to us this year, and we couldn't get an answer from Sacramento as to where the money went. You know, they've thrown everything up in the air with this LCFF. You don't know where the money went. But it's money that we count on, because we have a $5.5 million budget, of which we were counting on the 3.5 that we earned last year, and it didn't show up. So now we're running through our reserves. So we couldn't get an answer from Sacramento, but finally we talked to someone in the California Department of Education who explained what had happened to our $3.5 million. And the man said, oh, he said it was a windfall for Torrance Unified. Those were his words, not mine. A windfall for Torrance Unified. So the story actually gets even better than this. Not only did Torrance get the money, but they got a special deal. In fact, it's the best deal in the entire state of California. They got the money that would have come to SoCal ROC, we would have gotten for 1 year. But in Sacramento, it was magically transformed into multiple years because they had a problem. How were they going to put it into Torrance's budget without anyone really knowing? Because there's no line item for it. They couldn't give it to Torrance as adult ed money because Torrance already had adult ed money, and it would look like they were double dipping. So this is what they came up with. They put it into the GAP funding. Now you're probably wondering, what in the hell is GAP funding? This is something the state of California does. They promise school districts each year you're going to get X amount of money, ADA, for you to run the schools. And then what they do is they deficit it. They say, okay, we can't give you 100%, we're going to give you 85% or 75% or whatever. The amount they don't give you becomes part of the GAP. And the GAP funding we're talking about is the money that was owed to the school district during the recession when all this went on, when school districts weren't given all the money they were entitled to. So what magically happened for Torrance is they got the money that SoCal ROC earned. It was put into their GAP funding, and the 1 year money magically became multiple years. Torrance got a windfall, and that windfall will continue until they reach, all the amount that the state owes them. The truth of the matter is we were told that the amount of money, the rate at which they're paying, is higher than any other district in the entire state of California because of the windfall. So they will reach the end of the GAP money faster than anyone else. So I just wanted to tell you, I don't know why Torrance Unified hates us. I mean, when you get to there's just something is very drastically wrong. But we've tried. We've been very nice people. We're nice middle-aged people. We go up to Sacramento. We try talking to everyone, and it's like you can't get a straight answer out of anyone. But the money was desperately needed at SoCal ROC to continue providing classes for those students. And if we don't have that money and some of the others, we will cease to exist. And maybe that's the grand plan at the end of this. But frankly, I don't think anyone should steal money from students. And I don't think anyone should steal money from those students. And I think it's personally outrageous. And all I can tell you is, because this didn't happen at the lowest level in Sacramento. This is all being directed from the top. And
Barbara, can I ask you some specific questions?
yes,
So where are we at right now? How much money's left in the reserve, and what are the other districts saying?
well, see, this money, there are many sources of money for SoCal ROC. This is one source, okay? We also get money from the school districts, okay? And we are under an agreement right now that the school districts will give us half of their CTE money this year, okay?
And everybody's agreed.
Well, everyone has agreed. We've had a few little bumps in the road at the budget subcommittee. Don's been there. We've had some little problems with Torrance Unified, of course. But if we can ever get a hold of the true email, maybe we can see what the agreement of the CBOs is. I still don't have the email. I have an excerpt from it, but not the email. So it's just part of the funding that goes on for the district. I mean, we have cut back so much. We are basically on life support. We have cut back 95% of our classified employees. We've kept most of our teachers so we can keep teaching kids. But it's a very sad situation. And you know, at the end of the day, if the state decided, you know what, SoCal ROC, for whatever reason, you don't deserve that money, there are 6 school districts that are partners under that JPA agreement. And if the money should have gone to anybody, it should have been shared among the 6 school districts, not Torrance Unified. Because the only relationship Torrance Unified has to that money is that it passed through their budget. That's it. It's never stopped.
So what are our partners saying right now?
Well, I don't know. I don't know that they even all know this, because it's so hard to get information out of Sacramento. It isn't like they put it, I mean, it took us a lot of time talking to a lot of people to figure out where the money went, because they're so busy moving money around and they don't like to share, and they don't have to be transparent. They don't have to tell you what they're doing. They just move the money around as they. So that's where we are.
When's your next board meeting?
We are going to have a board meeting tomorrow night.
So maybe we can get an update in a week or two.
Yeah, but this is where we are. I'm sure the school board in Torrance Unified is thrilled with George Mannon, because he created a ongoing money stream of $3.5 million for the district, which, you know, but it was done on the backs of the students at SoCal ROC, and I just personally think that's wrong. So that's where we are, and I'm sorry to put a damper on the evening and all the festivities, but it is the truth. It is the truth. And as I told you, I'm sure Torrance Unified and their school board are just thrilled with the whole situation. So.
All right, Malcolm, do you have who's doing tech?
I was only going to add that for our end of things, we have our 50% pass-through budgeted for 3 years. So our district is probably the only district that has done that.
In terms of the CTE money.
As far as the CTE money.
And I want to say
So
thank you, Don, and thank you,
committed.
Lydia.
We're committed.
Yeah. It's just when you see these kids and what, you know, the kids I told you, the transition kids, if they don't get those classes, they're going to be on welfare for the rest of their lives. And you know what? You can spend a few $1,000s more and make them productive individuals, or you can just abandon them. We don't abandon them. So that's my report.
Thank you. Tech, anything update from tech?
No, we have nothing.
Okay, and ours will come up later. So, all right, Malcolm, do you have anything else?
Well, I'd just like to have a word of thanks to our site support teams that handled the emotional stress, I'll leave it at that, at both Silver Spur and PVIS the past couple of weeks, and thank your department for getting that put together. I know it was some tough times, and I appreciate all the work that was done and the coordination.
Brief. I'd like to echo what Malcolm said about our schools and the support. I needed some happiness, so I decided to go visit some schools today and do some word problems, which was really exciting. It's really important to do that kind of stuff when we can, and I was fortunate that I had some free time, so I'm happy to do that anytime. I'll mention briefly about the election, since that took a lot of my time recently. It was a good process in a way to go through an election. I think I met a lot of people I never would have met. I met a lot of our local elected officials. So for issues like SCROC, I have contacts now because I ran as a nonpartisan person. I'm happy to work with people of either political party and our local officials around the Hill as well. I met all of our library board members. They're wonderful people who are very dedicated, and I never would have met them otherwise. I was disappointed that the voter turnout in our community was so poor.
What was it, Linda?
It was, according to Mr. Sharp, 12%.
Which we beat the county, which was nice.
Yeah, and it was, I guess part of what discourages me is our local media ran a story right before the election. I think one of my friends here tonight forwarded it to me saying, why is voter turnout so low? But yet they did nothing to cover our local elections at all about the real issues. They jump anytime anyone throws out outlandish things, and they'll run false ads, but they won't do the actual work of covering the issues. They didn't endorse anyone. They said, oh, we don't have staff to cover any of that stuff. So that was really discouraging, and that's not real journalism. And the issue about SCROC, that's a big local issue right now. Let's see something about that in the local media. Let's get the community involved and see what we can do to solve the problem. And so that's something I'm going to try to work on as well, going forward in any way I can to help you, Barbara, with any issues that we have in the district. And that's all I have.
And lastly, I want to again congratulate Linda and Suzanne on being elected, but I also want to acknowledge Barry Rondinella and Don Lindsay. When you put yourself out there in an election, it's a tough process. It's a lot of effort. We had 17 or 19. How many people did we have that applicants when we were hit?
December?
Yeah.
There were 15, 16.
So we had 15 or 16
Yeah, it was a lot.
applicants who were willing to serve on the board without having to go through election.
Yeah.
And we had 4 who were willing to run for the board and go through the election. And we didn't even have an election the time before that. So I want to really thank everyone who ran, whether you won or lost, because it enhances our democracy and it makes sure that we have the best possible people on the board, and we're always being pushed to do better. So thank you very much.
And I would add quickly to what you said too about the sacrifices your families make. Our families make a lot of sacrifices too. When you're personally attacked, your family's personally attacked, and so all 4 of us have been through some of that, and it takes a toll. But in the end, it's about service, and Debbie put up with a lot of times Larry wasn't around, and I'm sure all 4 of us the last few months felt the same way.
All right, so now we'll go to public communications on non-agenda items, and we have 2 speakers. Barry Udis.
PVPUSD's Educational Service Administrators created 120 pages of instruction for parents and teachers to understand the Common Core Elementary School Report Card. I reread Superintendent Austin's Education Insight, Our Future. The key point is, and I quote, "I am often asked what surprises me about our district. My answer is easy. I am routinely presented with deeply harbored ill feelings about past decisions. So we should forget about the bad decisions you've made already and those you will make tonight while restricting transparency?" Austin stated in the Easy Reader's October 8th, 2014 issue, "There are a disproportionate number of public records requests in this district, and I'm not going to engage in any kind of game playing. PVPUSD refuses to communicate to parents that they have the right to opt out of SBAC testing. PVPUSD did not disclose California Healthy Kids test questions until forced to by community members. In a PV News article about the misuse of Measure M funds, Assistant Superintendent Kano said, "The audit report said nothing was done wrong, but we probably shouldn't do that." Candidate Linda Reed states at a school board debate she would cut $70,000 spent on public records request, but public records request out of a $100 million budget. The board passed 2 policies to destroy and purge emails, meeting videos, and board communications within 30 days at their discretion. And then there's the consideration tonight of a no-bid major solar project. Knowing since 2013 that 18% of juniors in the PVPUSD have considered suicide, the PVPUSD has taken a digital citizen approach. You should have taken immediate steps to get our kids the professional help they need. But instead, you spent $600,000 on 2 superintendents in 2014 and $300,000 more on new educational service administrators in 2015. At the second candidate debate, board member Reed championed and took credit for the Common Core SBAC test opt-out campaign last spring. 64% of PV High juniors opted out of the time-wasting Common Core SBAC test. PVPUSD was the #1 opt-out district in California. Board member Reed, with your leadership, we can double the number of opt-outs this spring during our second annual PVP opt-out campaign. Thank you. Superintendent Austin said in the PV News, November 12th issue, "These claims have been made by a small group of individuals committed to spreading disinformation with the intent of creating chaos and confusion." Superintendent Austin, when are you going to stop using the crazy people are after me excuse as an excuse for your incompetence?
Joan Davidson.
I simply wanted to get up here. Where's Linda just walked up? Well, I wanted to congratulate Linda for winning the election and Suzanne, and I missed the opportunity to thank Larry for his service.
Thank you.
Because despite criticism or whatever you think you hear, Larry, from here, it's a hard job. So I wanted to thank you. Barbara, you need to get people in the community to help you. I volunteered several times. Scrock should not close. It serves
I think I'm going to need your help because there's a lot going on here.
Okay, thanks. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to M, and we'll start with Dr. Austin.
I'm actually going to turn this over to Dr. Culverhouse to introduce.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Dr. Fricker to come up to the podium. She's been working very hard on our online presentations. As we said before, the board will receive a short presentation to keep you up to date on our progress and online presentations. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Fricker.
Thank you, Dr. Culverhouse, Dr. Austin, and members of the board. It's exciting to continue the distance learning conversation, and tonight's focus is really on vendor evaluations. Our last presentation, we talked about the scope and sequence of the process and also the timeline, and that timeline included vendor evaluations. We really looked over the past couple months, beginning in September, at the variety of vendors that we could have as possible solutions for our district. 28 of those vendors were selected and initially screened. Of that, 11 vendors were actually brought in during the month of October for demonstrations with our steering committee. Those vendors were evaluated for the quality of their program, the ability to meet all needs of our learners, and that they would be housed on a secured platform. From that committee meeting, we selected 4 vendors that could potentially meet the needs or provide solutions for our district. Those 4 vendors we're going to present today, in fact, for our larger expanded committee. Those 4 vendors included Edmentum, Ingenuity, Fuel Education, and Apex Learning. Just to give you a brief outline of the expanded committee that was formed, we had 18 teachers, representative of all 3 of our high school settings, members of our counseling staff, parents, associate principals from the 2 comprehensive high schools, principals that represented elementary, intermediate, and the high school level, district administration, education foundation members, and PTA members. From that, the vendor evaluation process was pretty comprehensive in nature. As we are looking to partner with an organization, we wanted to make sure that the totality of their program was under consideration, and that would include evaluation of their actual courses. The vendors were asked, the 4 vendors were asked to release demonstration courses to our committee members. The vendor demonstration day, like I said before, earlier today, but we actually got to preview those courses for the past week so that our committee members could come to today's event with questions and concerns to ask to the vendors themselves. A short debrief was had at the end of the day just to get the scope and sequence of our initial thoughts of the 4 vendors, and then those vendors have agreed to release those courses for an additional week for our staff to go through more comprehensively in looking at the scope, the quality, and the content within those programs. And then we are slated to come back November 25th for a debrief meeting so that we can put forth a recommendation based on all of the evidence that was collected. Finally, our weekly communications will continue to go out to the Board of Education, our district administration, the committee membership, as well as the Education Foundation, site leadership, and our Teachers Association, so that they are well aware of all the steps of this process. And then the next steps from this point forward were to conduct surveys in the month of December for our students, our parents, and our staff so that we can gain a variety of feedback from all of our stakeholders so that they have a voice in this process. And then from that point on, when we have collected all of the data, we will discuss the policy revision and then update at that time. So at this point, is there any questions regarding the process?
Yeah, can you go back a couple slides to the timeline? Perfect.
Sorry.
Right there, yes. So when you use the term course review, are we looking at courses that have already been developed that match kind of the state standards in the curriculum, or is there any room for our teachers to actually add content? We've used both models at Pepperdine, so I'm curious to...
That's a great question. And so when we have looked at their courses that are already pre-formatted, they've released just what they have to us so that we can see the scope, the content, the standard alignment, the activities within those classes, the assessments that they currently have, video components, and those are all pre-formatted for us. We did select the 4 vendors on the basis that our teachers could add to those courses and make sure that our content was well representative of what we would see within the regular course environment here on premise.
Let me clarify because I misspoke a little bit. So at Pepperdine, we haven't used their content, but we've used different strategies, meaning sometimes we literally just hand the content over and they develop an online course that is full of our content. Other times, we have the ability to tweak some of that platform as we go along.
And the courses that we're evaluating are those courses that they have developed and they've given to us so that we can assess the quality of what their course would look like. But in the vendor demonstration day today, we asked very specific questions about how our teachers could add to or make deletions from their course content.
And would our teachers be the ones that were actually delivering, meaning is it an entirely online kind of asynchronous, meaning there's never any real-time synchronous face-to-face? Is there a hybrid model? I'm sorry I didn't ask these questions earlier to prepare you for them, but I can talk a little bit about what it might actually look like.
Those are questions our teachers had as well. Okay. And as we go through the next phases of this process, we will discuss exactly what the practical application would be for us. They were very interested in the collaborative environments that the students and teachers could have and what those would look like. So there are collaborative environments, FaceTime environments, as well as online components, video components that could enhance the curriculum. But those are things that, moving forward, we are going to look at more in-depthly.
Great, thank you.
Question. Excuse me. You're getting there.
Oh, my
It's still
God.
there. Now, as it's saying, my best Tennessee Ernie Ford. Launch for this program. I know it's probably been mentioned, but it bears repeating again. When are we looking for actually having our students enroll in things?
We want to have the process completed, and there are many parts to that process that still have not been kind of addressed at this time.
Mhm.
We have to go through the whole board policy update and making sure that the
Right.
practical side of the implementation is well established prior to moving to that point. So as soon as we look through and solidify what vendors could provide solutions for us and make that recommendation, then I think the next parts of that process will come shortly after that.
Okay.
But we want to be completely prepared by the end of the year.
And is it reasonable to assume that once we develop an offering for our students, that they will be limited to that offering? Or can they go free range on us again?
That will
What do you
really-
think?
That will really be outlined in the board policy
Okay.
discussions, and
Yeah.
that would be a collaborative discussion to make sure that the wishes and the intent of our district is put forward in that policy.
Yeah. Tony and I have only been discussing this since 2010, so, that's why we're, and it's had fits and starts and stops, a lot of stops along the way, so. Keep us.
We've gotten further in the last.
Yes,
2-3
yes,
years than we have.
absolutely. But I'm assuming the updates will be coming in our weekly updates?
They've
from
been the
your-
last,
Right.
absolutely,
Yep.
every week, and then
Okay.
every board meeting.
Yep.
But Dr. Austin, do you want to address that last question?
If I can just interject, Dr. Fricker, nice job. And the most important part is involving a bunch of people, and walking in today and seeing the engagement of our teachers that were part of this process was really good, and a pretty eclectic group. And in some groups, some of the teachers are in subjects that may never have an online class, but it didn't matter because their opinions and insights were so valuable. And Dr. Fricker did a nice job of keeping this right down the middle, but I'm going to be a little more bold and say we'll have students enrolled this summer. Okay, so that is our goal, is to get through the process and get down to a place where we can have something in place for the summer to start. And then beyond that, we're working with our Teachers Association and our teachers to see what it could look like for next year. But we want to make sure that anything we roll out is something that we can manage with a high likelihood of success. So we are not going to go to try to skip 10 years of development and go whole scale.
If and when it's appropriate, I would love to be involved in some of the dialogue, especially from the teacher's perspective of things that I've seen that are great benefits and maybe some barriers that emerge, and for what it's worth, I would be more than willing to offer that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fricker.
Thank you.
Your
All right,
voice
thank
is
you.
up 2 octaves.
With the board's permission, the next 3 topics have 18 speakers and will probably last about 2 hours, an hour and a half at least. And the 6 topics after that will probably be 10 or 15 minutes, and we have 3 speakers. So with your permission, I'd like to move them up so that we don't have 3 people waiting through 2 hours to get to something that will be dispensed with relatively quickly.
Okay.
All right, N4.
Is that a John?
It's a John.
You threw him off with your, thought he had more time.
Would you like the speaker first?
Okay, John. Okay, so we'll start with Kathy Santa Rosa. We have 2 speakers on the subject. Okay, team Kathy and Tim.
I didn't write it down. I don't write anything. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, district staff, public. I would like to thank the board for ratifying a new contract with the PVFA that shows our district's ongoing commitment to fair and reasonable compensation for its teachers. I would also like to thank Dr. Austin, Dr. Bose, Mrs. Cano, and the entire district bargaining team. I feel a little bit like it's Gilligan's Island at that point when I say and the rest, but I apologize. It's a long list. for all of your professionalism during negotiations and for really working with us this year. In the end, we settled on a deal that is good for teachers and good for the district. We received an overall increase this year, but the district took the further step of doing some work toward the end of our salary schedule, and I wanted everyone to know that that was the district's idea. It wasn't something we asked you to do, it's something the district offered. And it went a long way to rewarding people who have been in the district for the longest time. So it was a really thoughtful and well-received effort on the district's part to improve the conditions for our members. It is clear to me that the administration and the school board appreciate its teachers and are willing to work with the PVFA to improve the lives of our members and our families. Our wages have risen over 10% in the last 3 years, and increased contributions to our health benefits have been substantial. Things are looking brighter for the teachers of the PVPUSD, and we thank the board for valuing our contribution to the education of our students. The difficulty we will face in the future is that even with the great progress we've made, total teacher compensation in our district will likely still lag behind similar districts and state averages. So I'm perfectly clear, I don't believe the district administration or this board would like its teachers' total compensation to be below average, right? Or that you see us as less deserving of great pay than we are. The truth is that our state funding is too low, and the generous ongoing financial support of our amazing community is not enough to bridge the gap between what we have and what we would need. The question before us, then, is how we will fix this ongoing problem. I would propose that we begin to work more closely with each other to find ways to meet the district's financial needs and obligations for the future. We cannot continue to be a world-class district we've become without offering compensation that is commensurate with our level of achievement. We will not be able to attract new teachers to our expensive community, and old, bald, frequently grumpy teachers will become increasingly discouraged by our district's inability to compete. Let's start by adding a board goal that many districts have, to pay our teachers and staff at a level equal to our statewide and national scholastic rankings. We can work out the details on how to get there together, but it should at least be a goal that we start with. On a lighter note, I did want to take a minute to say thank you to Larry, and everything's already been said, so what else can I say, Larry? Except that we have frequently, we've always sort of been on opposite sides of the podium, and over the last, 6 or 7 years that we've been bargaining, that I've been on the bargaining team, I think many times you have been the voice of financial security for the district, and I appreciate that. That's what you're getting paid to do. And we always thought that you are not paid to do, as it turns out, right?
He is.
It was never personal from our side, right? We always believed that you and the rest of the board were doing what you saw was right for the district and right for you. And in the end, I think, it sounds a little bit like you just presided over a long funeral, but the reality is our district has improved a great deal under your stewardship and under the stewardship of the board. We have great district staff now, and we have fantastic site administrators. We really feel that things are going well. And at the end of the day, the financial question is one that we're going to have to work on together, but the truth is, it's still a great place to work. We still get up every day, and at least I do, and get excited to come here and meet kids. I get really aggravated in August because I actually want to be back. So maybe I'll teach summer school this year online. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Thank you, Larry, for everything you've done, and the rest of the board, and to the district staff. Again, thank you so much for a successful round of negotiations.
Thank you, Tim.
I wanted to say thank you also to Dr. Bose and his bargaining team. He brings something a little different to bargaining than we have not had that in a long time. Their team was very small in the beginning, and there wasn't a lot of conversation, shall we say, when we bargained about areas that if there wasn't a high school principal there, or middle school or elementary, sometimes we couldn't get things answered because there wasn't someone there to offer it during bargaining, and now there is. So there's a lot more dialogue and things that we can discuss. Something that, like, everybody always hears about, the teacher's salary and the teacher's, benefits and that. There's more done during bargaining than just that. we meet and we do a lot of language. This year, we wanted to help the combo class teachers. They really do not get compensated for combos, and through bargaining, we did increase their combo increased, and they have a better compensation now for the task that they have to do. There's language that I'm not going to go into because it gets very complicated, but it is nice to know Dr. Bose always that cannot be 3 minutes. Cannot be 3 minutes. Not stopping. Sorry, Jen, but I know. So the idea that when we come in on language, there's technical things, and there's things that both sides are trying to be careful not to agree to something that language that's going to be with us for a long time. And John knows his language, knows his stuff, more than willing to listen and answer, and we have great dialogues during bargaining. And it is such a nice environment to be in. Don't get me wrong, we disagree. But at the end of the day, we just agree on it and do the best we can and move on, and we're back at it the next year. So I want to thank the board for agreeing with our compensation and agreeing with the language changes that we have made in our contract this year. And we look forward to working again next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And we would like to thank PVFA President Kathy Santa Rosa, negotiating chair Tim Coleman, and the PVFA team for at times some very tough discussion, but effective, efficient, and fair discussion. And we were able to tackle close to 25 different sections within the different articles we covered over 5 negotiation sessions. So, both teams engaged in, a lot of good faith effort towards coming to, good resolutions for both sides. So with that, I will turn the item over to the board for their consideration.
Would someone like to make a motion?
I move approval that the Board of Education approve the tentative collective bargaining agreement between the Palos Verdes Peninsula Unified School District and the Palos Verdes Faculty Association for the term of July 1st, 2015 through June 30th, 2018, as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second?
I'm going to do a roll call. Board Member Reed?
Yes?
Lucky?
Yes.
Colados?
Yes.
Sharp?
Yes.
Vandenboss, yes. Thank you. All right, we have N5, and we have one speaker, Joan Lewis.
You know me and props, right? And yes, you're going to see this prop again in a little bit. Okay, I know there's more of you here. Come on. Classified staff, please come forward. They're so shy. Don't put this in my 3 minutes. I have to get them up here. They're so shy.
Your 3 minutes is running. We got a 2-hour meeting after this.
I think it's because we're so used to being behind the scenes and always working quietly behind the scenes that to put ourselves forward is just something foreign to us. But Kathy and Tim just said it all. Negotiations were a long slog. It is not a sexy, fun adventure. It took us from July till end of October to get it done. It is Dr. Bose and his team that help us keep it professional and on target and work towards an agreement that's best for the district and for us as classified employees. I brought this because this is Happy Days, and Happy Days are here. I said it last month, and we have so many good things that are happening with classified staff, with our professional development day, with our early retirement incentive, even though none of us are taking advantage of that. We just want to say thank you, and thank you for the confidence in us, because to us, our paycheck helps us to realize that you have confidence in what we do and reward us that way. That's why we have jobs. That's why we work. That's why we put food on our table, right? And we want to say thank you for that. And Mr. Vandenboss, you are going to be greatly missed. We often talk about you and being a supportive, in a nice way, a supportive member
It's a voodoo doll.
of the classified staff. You are one who always has our back and is always looking at the big, large picture. So I only have one quick other thing. Yesterday we had a meeting and we had a brand new employee come to this meeting, and she came in with this big smile and she said, I said, welcome to PVPUSD. She goes, I already love my job. I love getting up and going to work every day. And I said, I've been doing that for 17 years. It will continue. So thank you very much, and happy days are here. Yay, present by staff.
Thank you.
And we'd like to thank CSEA President Joan Lewis for her leadership, and Jerry Zertek, former CSEA President and current bargaining team member. And though they might work quietly behind the scene, like PVFA, they're advocates for their membership at the table. And we were also able to tackle somewhere around 25 different sections within the articles during the course of the successor negotiations, and also effective and productive dialogue with the CSEA team as well. So thanks to them for their work, and I'll turn this item also over to the board for your consideration.
Thank you.
I'll do it.
I move that the Board of Education approve the tentative collective bargaining agreement between the Palos Verdes Peninsula Unified School District and the Palos Verdes Chapter 123 California School Employees Association, CSEA, for the term July 1, 2015 through June 30th, 2018, as presented.
Second.
Any comment? All right. Board Member Reed?
Yes.
Lucky?
Yes.
Colados?
Yes.
Sharp?
Yes.
Vandenbus, yes. Thank you. And thank you to the district administration. Obviously, you got some nice compliments, but you did it's a good and it's a two-way street, and it's a tough, fair negotiation. Thank you very much for that. N6.
N6 is a similar board document, and it is for management, confidential, and non-represented employees. And the district has had a long history of providing the same total compensation package to our certificated, classified, management, and confidential staff. And this item reflects the same package for total compensation that our certificated and classified staff are receiving. And I'll turn it over to you for your consideration.
Any questions? All right. May I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education, 1, adopt the 2005-16 salary schedules, C, D, R, U, V, W, X, and Y, reflecting a 5% salary increase effective July 1, 2015, and 2, approve a 7% increase for the district's annual contribution for full-time employees' medical insurance for contract, management, confidential, and non-represented. Those are not eligible for union membership employees, effective January 1, 2016.
I'll second.
Board Member Reed?
Yes.
Lucky?
Yes.
Colados?
Yes.
Sharp?
Yes.
Vandenbus, yes. Thank you very much. Okay, Lydia, do you have policy N7?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we do have one speaker, Craig Quinn.
Good evening, everyone. And Larry, congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
I've spent 2 hours of your tenure, so say that.
You're just getting a flavor of what it's
Yes,
truly.
and I promise to be respectful. So I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to address the fees associated with the facilities here in the district. I'm representing the community as I stand here. My name is Craig Quinn. I'm a Lenata Bay resident with boys in both PVIS as well as PV High School. I'm the PVIS PTSA Financial Secretary and currently the treasurer for the Palos Verdes Varsity Program, the Parent Steering Committee. I'm the treasurer for them. I've been a youth football coach for 7 years and currently am on the Pop Warner Executive Board as treasurer. Pop Warner has been on the Hill for over 50 years, serving more than 20,000 male and female student athletes, mostly in our district. This season alone, nearly 40% of our revenues went directly to field and custodial fees. Simply put, football and cheer may fade away if the kids can't afford to play. These field fees alone could have helped sponsor 100 children here on the Hill. And in short, the field fees are entirely too high from my perspective, and I request that Pop Warner not be charged for field use at all. We are a nonprofit made up of 100% volunteers. Regarding the facility fees, Category 2 and Category 3 fees seriously jeopardize our ability to provide an affordable experience. In fact, we may need to leave the Hill altogether to seek lower costs. As it stands, our registration fees are 200% above the national average, as you look on the Pop Warner website. Our fees are continuing to go higher. In 2014, our fees went up 1,000%. It used to be we gave a donation rather than pay for the fields. 2015, they went up about 50%, and 2016, they're going to go even higher. So a request is that Pop Warner football and cheer should be retroactively and prospectively be categorized as a Category 1 user, which is a free use to nonprofit, as our entire mission directly impacts students within the district, elementary, intermediate students for tackle football, cheer, flag, and challenger programs. We can also provide freshmen with tackle football and cheer opportunities for those not able to participate in high school. This is a real threat for Peninsula High, as we know. In short, our program feeds Peninsula and Palos Verdes Highs, and for both football and cheer student athletes. We need each other, and we need your help now. We have about 300 in the program today. Second request, if the fees cannot be forgiven altogether, we ask that you adjust Pop Warner from a Category 1 to a Category 2. Fees should be retroactively or prospectively adjusted downward by eliminating custodial fees Monday through Friday, where we're practicing right alongside JV, freshman, varsity, et cetera, and we're being asked to provide custodial fees for those individuals. In fact, we're often practicing side by side, as I mentioned. So in summary, I'm encouraging the board to reclassify Pop Warner and Cheer to a Category 1, or as a minimum, Category 2 with a much lower fee structure. I very much appreciate the opportunity to present to the board. We appreciate the use of the fields. It's a great community asset for all of us. I'm available separately to meet with any business leaders from the district, and I have copies of my, my notes here if you need them for any reason. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I just want to point out that we've cleaned the document up. There was a lot of redlining at the last board presentation for the first reading, and I want to bring to your attention the one change that we made, and Larry, that was at your request, to add the insurance carriers to be A minus, at minimum A minus. And so if you look at, it's on Exhibit B, page 6 of 6, Exhibit C, page 7 of 13, and Exhibit E, page 2 of 4. It is the exact same language in all three places, and it reads, insurance to be placed with insurers with the current AM best insurance rating of no less than A minus. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you. Any questions?
When we spoke last, I think it was at the last meeting we discussed this. We discussed it many times before that, but when we actually got to this point to get to the second reading, we had talked about the fact that we have done everything we possibly can to try to figure out what fees should look like. We've researched up and down the state of California, our local partners, our local districts, and this is kind of the best that we can come up with at this point, and that we would revisit it after. We'll try it, we'll use it for a year, we'll see what happens, and then we'll relook at that. What's the process going to be when things emerge? So for instance, I think there might be some fields we missed, or I know I gave you a call the other day about like the cross-country. I mean, there's going to be things that we didn't think about that are going to emerge. Will it be a conversation we have in the subcommittee, or will it be some, and then bring it to the board? Or what might be the process?
We can absolutely have it in the subcommittee, and also under the fee schedule, there is language there that allows us to rent facilities that are not currently identified on the fee schedule. But definitely, I would say that if there is a facility that begins to be used frequently that is not on the fee schedule, that each year, as we recalculate the fees,
Sure.
we definitely would add them. So the process that we're going to have is each spring, we're going to go through that entire exercise that we did based on that one template that we have, and then we'll bring to the board any additions, deletions, increases, deductions in fees, and have the board act on the fees each year.
Okay. Where are we at in terms of licensing agreements with some of our long-standing partners?
I've actually been communicating with the same attorney, Jessica Johnson from DWK, and she is working on first updating board policy with me, Board Policy 1325 with me, which is referenced here, as well as a few others. And I've just sent over to her the names of our Little League partners so that we can begin to write those agreements.
And might something like our Pop Warner and Cheer and some of our other long-standing partners be
We could
part of that
consider
conversation?
those as well.
And then finally, if you could just, along with that same line, I'd be curious to know what other districts are doing with things like Pop Warner and Cheer.
Sure,
Add
we
that to
can
the dialogue.
absolutely look into that.
Thank you.
Where will the fee schedule be on the website?
Under the community services,
Okay.
we'll post the new, currently the old, or the current board policy and fee schedule and application are there. It will be replaced with the new.
Okay, will it take the same form like we're looking in the exhibits, or will it be more HTML-based or
Right now, there's
PDF?
right now, there's a facilities rental information page.
Yeah.
And there's several documents. There's an application, samples of certificate of insurance, use and terms and conditions, and then there's a schedule of fees and then our board policy, so that visitors can have all
Okay.
those documents there.
So, for example, the application agreement, which is a fill-out form, will it be a PDF that they could fill out?
Yeah, it'll be a PDF, interactive PDF.
Interactive. Very good. Thank
Update
you.
all those.
I'll just ask one question, just to address what Mr. Quinn asked. What is the process for a group to, for example, want their category changed, or they have an issue? I don't think it's our intent as a board or as a district
No.
to run our youth sports programs out of business. So what is the process for his group, and is that something we should be informed of, or is that something that we don't?
I've not dealt with
micromanage,
it
or-
yet, but I would suggest that the first thing we do, any group would meet with me, and then I would present to the board to make that decision.
Because there are some things that, obviously, duplication of janitors and things like that, I'm sure there's some flexibility in how we're doing this, because the idea is to recover our costs under the state law, the new state law. It's not to make a profit off of it.
But it's also important to note, like with the Hill Alliance, I think there were things that they had to also revisit and adjust as an organization and maybe do differently as well. So our intent is never to put a burden on our partners, but it's also important that all of us are kind of figuring out what are the real costs.
Right,
of-
and I'll have to look into it because a community group shouldn't be using the same facility as our schools are at the same time. So I'll have to look into that.
Well, they do. They use on the baseball field while the football team's on the football field with the lights on, which no one's ever complained about, which is kind of cool.
Yes.
To sort of get through that, so that we don't go, oh, we don't have, PVBA anymore, or a tennis club, or whatever it is, so that that's not.
Okay, can someone make a motion, please?
I move approval of BPAR 1330, use of school facilities, and the revisions to the PVPUS board policy, administrative regulation, and exhibits as presented in this second reading.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Let's pop back now to,
You want to do 9 first?
no, we'll skip it.
Okay.
Let's pop back to M1. Excuse me, N1. Don.
N1.
I'm just going to do a quick introduction. This is not part of the public hearing, but since 3 items are right in a row, I just want to clarify this process so that we don't have confusion going through it. First, our hearing will occur first without a staff presentation. There's no presentation. The hearing is all public comment. on this topic. This is the time for interested parties to speak to the topic of our proposed power purchase agreement. The second part, in 2, is a quick item to address CEQA requirements. There will be no formal presentation for that item, but we can certainly answer any questions that may come from our board. Finally, we will have a full presentation for in 3 from PFMG and district staff. Questions or concerns expressed during the hearing will be addressed during the discussion and the presentation. So, while there will not be a back and forth during the hearing, questions that come up during the hearing will be addressed in item in 3. So we can have expanded conversation at that point. Just wanted to clarify that because this is not a typical sequence that we have. That's it.
Well, okay, I will take over. So we don't typically have a public hearing on these kinds of issues. Typically, we just have a discussion item with a resolution. Because this is a different law, it's done through a different way, you have to have a public hearing under California Government Code 4217.10 through 4217.1718. So that's what's different about this process than a normal process. Normally, we don't have a public hearing, we just have an item on the agenda where there's audience speaks, we make a presentation, and then we discuss the item. But since they're appearing in 2 different places, we're going to have the public hearing is the portion where the public can speak, give us all their comments. I think if I have a question about something the public asked during the public,
That was my question. We can ask
we'd ask that question now, so make sure we understand what your comments are. Then we'll close the public hearing. Okay, if you have your speaker, so you, okay. All right, so at this point, I'm going to open the public hearing, and we'll take testimony. Mary Shaw.
Hi, I'm Mary Shaw, and all I wanted to know was how many bids you got for the solar and how you decided on this particular company.
Okay, and we will address that. Thank you. Lisa Jasic.
Thank you. I'm going to read because I know I only have 3 minutes. And then Larry, really quick, I want to say thank you as well.
Thanks.
Great. So my name is Lisa Jasic. I live in Maryland, which is out of the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. First, let me state that I am a strong proponent of all forms of renewable energy, and including solar. One of my concerns with the set forth proposal is in the manner in which the district is going about this. It seems that the district is rushing into a long-term agreement of 25 years without doing their due diligence. I realize that the district and the board members have the right to go ahead and enter into a contract with PFMG Solar this evening, but I would suggest that you not approve the proposed agreement and delay your vote until the district and the board has more time to study the many intricacies of such a proposal. Such a large undertaking should be sent out for multiple bids. PFMG still might turn out to be the most competitive and comprehensive bid, but shouldn't we have the peace of mind going into a 25-year contract knowing that we have obtained the best solution possible? Currently, the district has no master facilities plan and no director of maintenance and operation to oversee such a large project. I met yesterday at Maril's site with Lydia Cano and Alex Smith from PFMG, along with 2 other parents from Maril's, to go over the draft proposal for Maril's. After going over all this, it seems there are still some questions of the size, the scope, and the locations of the solar shade, canopies, or carports. There are definitely other options to minimize the destruction of mature trees, which on the original one is about 8. To attain a better solution, Marilest and the district solar needs. At this meeting, Lydia Cano informed us that the district would need to have the master facility plan in place, and certain projects would need to be completed prior to adding shade structures in certain areas. Common sense dictates that entering into a long-term contract with no real plan in place is a recipe for disaster. The disaster would be being in a few years, we realize we have a group of structures and power generating system that's not working at full efficiency, and thus not being the benefit we all hoped it would be. I'm not asking for you, the board, to not do solar. I am simply asking for you to take your foot off the accelerator, take your time, do your due diligence, and get the best project layout possible. So thank you for listening, and I just want to thank Lydia and Alex for coming out and meeting with us and going over our concerns. I do appreciate their time.
Thank you. Tim Baresh.
Good evening. I'm a student parent in here. I have 2 kids who escaped Peninsula and are living in college off of me now, but I still have children at Merrill Less and Dapple Gray, so I'm going to be living with this system for a long time on here. I support the solar initiative in general. I think it's important, the economics are clear, and I wish you'd done it a decade ago. I also wish that this particular process had been a lot more transparent and open going forward. I think it's unnecessarily raised issues that could have been addressed more simply. I also was at the Merrill Less meeting on there, and I think it's important to share some of the observations and conclusions that we made there. In my due diligence, I reviewed the agreement, I've taken a look at the plans, and there's a couple key points that need to come across. First, the plans that you have in the briefing packet are nothing more than feasibility study preliminary plans. There's nothing finalized in there. They are only for the purpose of validating the size of the arrays, the potential put it in, and the fact that it is possible and feasible on the sites. All of the other numerous concerns that are legitimate, glare, preservation of visibility lines, minimization of tree removal, using the structures to provide shade for students in instruction instead of cars, all of those concerns can be addressed. And there's numerous reasonable options on every one of the campuses that I'm aware of. And so those can clearly be taken care of. I want to be clear too also on the economics on here. Yes, there may be a question of whether this particular vendor is making too much money or not too much money on here, but the real party that's standing to make gain on this is SCE. The rates are going to go through the roof. You're going to be paying up like crazy, and that is inevitable on here, and unless we put something in place, and the sooner you put it in place, the sooner you can begin stopping that hemorrhaging. Now, a little bit more about my background. I'm also an engineer and an attorney. I build public works. I've done over $15 billion worth of projects in California, including a couple hundred schools, so I have some insight on here and the process of what it takes, and I have a couple recommendations I want to make to you. You don't need to rush this. I think the solar credits will expire and then they'll get renewed. We've gone through that cycle a couple of different times on here. You could do a more competitive process and go out there, but I will tell you that the rates that are proposed are market competitive and about what we're seeing in other places around in the country on here. And this is not a bad deal. And again, the bad deal is being stuck with the SCE rates. And the longer you put it off, the longer you're going to continue to hemorrhage on those. Number 2, there needs to be somebody on point in the district on here. I think Dr. Austin needs to stay focused on instruction. Business staff needs to stay focused on business. Their day jobs are already big and pressing. You need to get some resources in here that are knowledgeable on this, that can go out and do the proper dialogue and siting and taking care of these facilities as you need them on there. Number 3, you're going to generate cost savings. I would like a little indulgence if I
No, please, keep going.
On the cost savings part on here, you're going to generate that savings. Please restrict it only to long-term facilities improvements, possibly deferred maintenance, but even that I would rather not do it. I'd rather see it going into solid facilities improvements on here. Number 4, you're going to have additional costs that will come up on here. If you put in 10 arrays, 10 different sites, at least 2 of those sites are going to have some kind of problem. Most likely the electrical switch gear will have to require modifications, either because of your own needs or prudence or because SCE, who is a begrudging partner in this entire process, will find some way to muck it up. At least one of your sites, you will have some unanticipated site condition that's going to appear, and you need to just be prepared for that. I don't think that changes the economics at all, but you need to be prepared that your part of this will get slightly more complicated and make sure that you have the resources in that. So that all said and done, I think this is still something that needs to go forward on it. I applaud the decision to go forward in with the master planning. I think this can be incorporated well and needn't slow up the master planning nor be deferred until after the master planning process on here. Even with good planning, there are still only certain options, and there are clearly safe areas, different places. I do encourage you that to the greatest extent possible, the structures not be used to shade cars. That is simply a good placeholder to validate that the system is practical and can be done, but instead let's use them to cover kids. For example, Dapplegrade. Every time it rains, we get no place to feed the kids. Let's use that as a shade/raid structure just for the dining area on that. It doesn't change the economics at all, but we get a quick practical benefit of it. That is just simply one practical example. There's numerous other examples across the campus on here. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan Westcott.
Good evening, I'm Megan Westcott, and I'm here tonight actually as the Ridgecrest PTSA parent, as PTSA president. On behalf of the Ridgecrest Parent Teacher Student Association, we would like to express our support for the solar plan proposal. As you know, our electrical issues and lack of air conditioning have been quite a focus for our association this year. That's a bit of an understatement. While we appreciate all the efforts that the board and district have made with the water coolers and the shades, it hasn't been a solution. So we discussed the solar proposal at our recent association meeting, and we voted in support of the plan as a PTSA. We feel given the immediate need for the electrical panel upgrade and the large cost associated with this task, that the solar proposal is a good solution. We hope you vote in favor of the solar proposal plan, specifically at the Ridgecrest site. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Jeannie Hahn.
Hello. You know, about a year ago, we did the AC task force of Ridgecrest, and I have to say we have come really far from that 1 year, and I have to applaud the district and the board and Dr. Austin for how far we come. And we're excited about the solar presentation. As you know, Ridgecrest is probably the problem child in the district. We have the most problems. We don't have an electrical panel that works. Our kids are sweltering in 90-degree temperatures in our classroom, and we feel that right now the solution for the solar panels is a great solution for our school. As a therapist, I always tell my clients, ask for what you want. So this is what I would like, or what I want. First of all, we would like the solar panel to be approved, and if you need a test school, then we're more than willing to be the test school, because we're that desperate. We like to be Ridgecrest to be a priority, that we like to be on the top of the list of getting what of the panels and getting our electrical grid upgraded. And that solar is a good first step into what we feel is the real solution, and that is central air conditioning for our school. My daughter, Sarah Chung, is graduating this year from Ridgecrest. She's had 3 years of wonderful experience with teachers, but what she did not have was on very hot days, a comfortable place to study and to learn. My youngest daughter, Charlotte Chung, is coming to Ridgecrest next year, and she has stated to me, Mom, because she has a lot more health problems than my older daughter, am I going to be okay? Because on the hot days at Ridgecrest, because she sees her sisters on the couch not being able to study for an hour after school because she's just so exhausted from the heat. And she's worried because of that I've been on this task force, she understands what's going on at Ridgecrest. And I want her to have a very different experience than my older daughter in the sense of feeling like she's safe and happy in the classrooms. So whether or not solar happens, Ridgecrest needs something to be done. We need our electrical panel to be upgraded before the start of the school year, and we need something in the classrooms. That's priority number 1 for us. And we are more than happy to partner with you guys and support you whatever decision you make, as long as the outcome is still the same, that our classrooms are cooled and that eventually air conditioning will be installed at Ridgecrest. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Pope.
Good evening. My name is Laura Pope. I am a parent of an elementary child at Point Vicente Elementary and an intermediate child at PVIS. I'm also the first vice president of the Point Vicente Elementary School PTA, and I'm a professional aeronautical astronautical engineer and a retired lieutenant colonel from the United States Air Force. Most importantly, I'm also a volunteer science teacher at Point Vicente Elementary, supplementing the wonderful STEM program that the PEF is providing for the 4th and 5th graders, which unfortunately we share the materials with other schools, and it doesn't cover the entire STEM curriculum, so I supplement with hands-on experiments in the classrooms. I'm here in support of the solar services agreement for Point Vicente Elementary School at a minimum, because the part of the project is to upgrade the electrical panel at Point Vicente Elementary, which is fairly inadequate for science experiments. Even just trying to plug into electric tea kettles in a classroom to get hot water to create clouds in a bottle or create borax crystals, anything I need hot water to present for science blows up a fuse. So it desperately needs to be upgraded. And it also will be a good first step, as the Ridgecrest people said, for getting some kind of cooling solution in the classrooms for us as well. And I'd just like to point out that the Air Force Base that I work on as a consultant now just did a big solar panel project with solar shades. They did it in their parking lot, which we were amazed at, but it not only dropped their electrical operating expenses by 60%, it also provided electricity to plug-ins for electric cars, because they did it over the parking structure, over the parking lots. So the shade was just a side Benny, really, for the government, and many other benefits as well. So in conclusion, I would just like to say I think it's good for the students, I think it's good for the earth, and I think it would be good for also the teaching environment and science teaching at the school. So I'd like you to consider approving the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth Hadley?
Good evening, members of the board, and thank you to Larry and best wishes for your retirement. I want to second the observations from our fellow people from Ridgecrest. We are urging the approval of the solar plan. We are very excited because we see this as one solid step forward in terms of our larger issues, in terms of climate control at Point Vicente, which are significant. We've really been told with kindness and concern that our larger issues are going to have to wait, that a true solution will wait for a master facility plan, which is going to take years. And we respect the honesty that we were given, and we understand the enormity of the task. This feels like one solid step forward. And we also believe that with enhanced electrical power, maybe we'll have some short-term solutions that will get us through those hot days before air conditioning really shows up at our school. So thank you. We think this is a great move, and we would appreciate your support.
Thank you. Steve Zuckerman?
Good evening, Larry, and I want to thank you for your service.
Thanks.
On the school board, and maybe remind the audience that Larry does have civil service kind of in his blood. He's been a member of our planning commission, and we appreciate that in our city. And he continues to be a member of the traffic committee, and we also appreciate that. I'm just here because I have received comments of a lot of concern about the way this project has been handled. I don't think anybody is against a solar project. We've heard that. But it is very unusual to move ahead without somehow verifying costs and contractual terms. And it appears, and maybe you can tell me in the audience why this isn't the case, that you haven't enlisted a third-party consultant that can help you with the terms of the contract. The contract really is very, very weak in terms of change orders and contingencies, and it could leave you in a very, very difficult situation. So I would, at a minimum, encourage you to do that. I also don't understand why there wouldn't be bidding, because that's really one way to verify that this proposer is the best possible company. Absent that, there will be people who are not comfortable with this, even if they are the best. But if you go through a normal process, either these people will have been shown to be competitive and people will feel good about that, or perhaps you'd find someone else that can do an even better job. So I would urge you to consider taking a pause, taking a few more steps, and generating the kind of reassurance that probably the public needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill Perry.
The PTA president at Point Vicente, but I'm just speaking as a parent today. We hadn't taken a vote to make a statement. But I have solar panels on my house. I drive a hybrid car. We also have an electric car at my house. I'm surprised the school district hasn't done this effort before now. I'm really glad you are now. And I'm very excited about the possibility that at Point Vicente it will mean for upgraded electrical systems, because I have blown out a classroom with griddles trying to do a cooking project for a class. So I think it's needed, and I think it's going to be teaching the kids something good about what we're thinking about in terms of the environment, alternative energy. That's the kind of thing we're teaching them these days, so it's good to model that. Thank you for considering it.
Thank you. Kennedy O'Regan.
Larry, thanks for your work on this board. You do a good job. You're very fair. And I know I disagree with you on Common Core, but besides that, I really respect your decision making. Anyway, I'm here tonight. I got the PMG Solar pamphlet sent to me, and I love solar. I think it's a great idea. And as I'm leafing through this, I came to page 6, and I saw that there were some projections from an article from the LA Times. And I don't know why I went back and looked at it again, and I saw that it was dated November of 2012. And so I thought, okay, why are we using data from 2012 when we're in 2015? So one of the projections is that in 2016, that the energy costs are going to be 5% higher than they were this year. Well, I went and decided to do some searching and went on the California Public Utility Commission page, and I found that there is going to be a change in 2016 of 5% lower. You can go on to CPUC. So they're saying it's 5% higher. The reality is the new data now in 2015 that just was updated 2 months ago, California energy rates are going to be 5% lower next year. So I just did a quick calculation based on the change of that, and it's about $120,000 difference in the first year. So I kind of want to focus on the economics. I love the emotional side of it. Solar energy makes a lot of sense, but I want to focus on the economics here. So then I decided to look further, and I did a little analogy on when the sun is most, when there's most sun, when there's going to be most production of electricity, between May, June, July, and August. Those are the 4 most productive months. 2 of those months our schools are closed, shut down. So I figured, and I don't have the information available to me, so I had to make an assumption. I assumed that we use about 30% of the power that we do while when school's not in session versus when it is in session. Coupled with that, we're generating the most electricity then, and in the contract on paragraph 3.2, we are obligated to pay for every bit of energy that is produced by those solar panels. Now, my calculation I went back to, we are not going to be able to use 220,000 kilowatt hours in month July and month August. That's 400,000 kilowatt hours we can't use. The total production of the unit is 3.6 million kilowatt hours. We're going to pay for 3.6 million kilowatt hours, even though we're only going to use 3.2. They use 16.54 cents per kilowatt hour. If you factor in the kilowatt hours we have to pay for that we can't use, that number becomes 18.81 cents. They used 17.94 cents for Southern California Edison. It's going to be 15.8 cents per next year. We have a 2 cents lower Southern California Edison energy rate next year than what we're going to have here if you factor in what we have to pay for that we can't use. I did some more calculating. I took their exact spreadsheet and factored in, if I can just have 30 more seconds, their exact spreadsheet and used the same assumptions they did, where I redid the base on what the real numbers are, and I increased them by Southern California Edison by 5% a year, just like they did. I increased theirs by 3.5%, just like they did. I came out that in the first 5 years, we are going to pay $705,000 more under this solar plan than we would if we kept Southern California Edison. In the first 13 years, we are going to pay $1.2 million more for our energy. It'll take us 23 years to break even. I did the spreadsheet, did my analysis here. My point is this: I'm not an expert at this, I'm a numbers guy. I would like this board to not vote on this thing tonight, this package tonight. We need, as Barbara mentioned tonight, Torrance got a consultant. They won because they had a consultant. We need a consultant on this. We have to have an expert who knows energy. I'm not an expert. None of you are experts at this. We need to have a consultant on this. And if we're going to do this project, then we need to present it to the people with real numbers and tell them, hey, do you want solar and do you want to help subsidize a company to do it? Because we're not making any money on this. We are not ahead of the game. So I just ask you to please take a look at these numbers, at least buy yourself some time and vet this yourself. Go on the California Public Utility Commission website and look at the numbers yourselves. They're right there in front of you. Why they didn't include the real numbers, I don't know, because they're right there. Thank you.
Brad Bartz.
Board, thank you very much this evening. I'm very excited to see you guys solar. I've been doing it for 15 years and waiting for this day. I wish it would have come together with a bid package, but it didn't. Solar works. It works really, really well. It works very well in Palos Verdes. You could save a lot more money than what is being proposed today, and you should consider that. Please go to bid. It's an important thing for the community and for governments to take the knowledge from the community, allow us to beat each other up out there, and come to you with proposals that we're all proud of. And if we fail, that's okay, but we like to bid. Solar works. Using Rancho Vista as an example, or actually every school up here, because I've run for your office before, I've been to every campus, and it's a lovely thing you all do to volunteer. Every campus on this district has enough roof space to power the school below it. So before we look at doing shade structures and what may look like portables that end up being there for 25 years instead of the 3 or 4 that they were supposed to be, let's design something for the district that's appropriate for where we live. These are great roofs. So I'm leaving you some information. Sorry I didn't bring enough, but these are some simple books that I write about solar technology. Give you an idea what it is you all are purchasing. You're giving a 25-year commitment, no money down. Nothing's free at all and ever. Thank you. I'll leave these for your attention. There's some bid in here for Rancho Vista. It can show you the answers. And when you do make more energy, just one second, when you make more energy in the summer, Edison stores the credit. You get to keep the credit. So, not with this contract. You do, because the net metering doesn't work any other way. But I'm happy to answer more questions.
Thank you. Sharon Yarber.
Good evening. I'm not a parent of students in the district, so I never come here. You don't know me, but I'm very active watching things going on in Rancho Palos Verdes and PVE. So I guess congratulations are due to you, Larry, but I really don't know you, and I haven't really observed anything that's gone on in the past years.
Probably better off for it.
Yeah, you're probably better off for it. I got enough stuff. I'm busy watching. You're hearing a lot of things tonight. One of the things that I am concerned about, frankly, is the blight that I personally think solar provides. I am concerned about how much notification has actually gone to the owners of homes that are in the immediate surrounding areas of the schools and what they think about this. Do they like it? Do they have concerns? I work downtown, and you may not realize this, but when the Disney Concert Hall was first constructed, if you're familiar with it, many of the sides were the shiny side, and they ended up reflecting so much light on the adjacent Arco Tower buildings that their electric bills went way up to try to accommodate the air conditioning needs. So they had to put a brush coat on lots of the curves of the Disney Center. So sometimes you have to be concerned about unintended consequences. Anyway, so I want to just read very, very quickly because I know I have limited time. I want to know if the notices were sent to any HOAs. Maybe there were notices at the schools. Clearly, you need to get some input from other vendors. I don't know how many other people you've spoken with, but on the other earlier program tonight, they talked to 28 vendors just to start the process for the online tutoring. You don't have enough data to know that this is, in fact, the best deal that you can get. Have you vetted the accuracy of the numbers? I think you may end up biting the hands that feed you of the residents who give a lot of money to the Education Foundation and who voted for bonds. They may not be happy with the blight that these structures may cause. Solar may be the best thing, but there are a lot of concerns. A 25-year period, we know what's happened with cell phones and other technology over 25 years. 25 years ago, the words that are in our vernacular did not exist. VCR, beta, it's all gone, all gone. In the next 5 years or 10 years, these solar panels are going to get smaller and smaller. They're going to change. Their efficiency is going to change. To lock ourselves in with equipment that's going to supposedly serve for 25 years is probably ridiculous. If I don't see any reason whatsoever to do 16 schools basically all at once. If you think this is a good idea, then you should have a beta test, as Ridgecrest is offering to be the beta test site. Do 1 or 2 or maybe 3 schools, but not all 16. What environmental impacts will there actually be with these panels? In 25 years or 20 years or whatever, well, I don't even know what their life expectancy is. What will happen to them? Are they going to be recycled? Are they going to go in landfills? Are we going to be creating problems with batteries, like for cars and all of that? A question, how much coal is used to generate the power that manufactures the solar panels? There may be other environmental impacts that you haven't even thought about. Have you considered buying panels? What would the cost of buying panels be? You have to factor in maintenance, but then you own the electricity and you get to keep it. So there's just more due diligence that you need to do. This may be a good idea. I would suggest beta testing it. And please don't approve this tonight. There's absolutely no way you guys are ready to vote on this, and I think you need a consultant. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Herman.
Good evening. I'm here representing the League of Women Voters on behalf of Vi Ungarish, our co-president, and Katie Watkins. My name is, as was mentioned, Linda Herman. I'm past president of the local league and past president of the state league, but that was a while back. I wanted to speak to this issue on behalf of the board. The League of Women Voters of the Palos Verdes Peninsula is pleased to support the PV School District's proposed efforts to install solar panels at our schools. We believe in the use of a variety of energy sources with emphasis on conserving energy and using energy-efficient technologies, as well as a predominant reliance on renewable resources. Additionally, local League of Women Voters studies on education have cited support of adequate financing for public education and for public needs. It is clear that the reduction of energy costs resulting from solar panel installation would free up several $1 million for just such purposes. We are impressed with the information provided to residents that indicates savings to our schools, to our school district, would be significant over the long term and would not require an initial outlay of funds for installation of the equipment. We also note that there are plans for community outreach regarding the location of equipment, thereby ensuring that residents who may be impacted by installations will have an opportunity to voice their concerns. Additionally, the website of the company that will be handling the installation affirms its experience in that it has installed projects in 95 schools in 7 Southern California school districts. We commend the district for considering this renewable energy proposal that will allocate dollars saved to improve school programs and infrastructure. We look forward to seeing this project come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan Lewis.
Good evening again. I'm here not wearing my CSEA hat. I'm here wearing my Ridgecrest shirt. As an employee of Ridgecrest, I, along with Point Vicente, am here to support your decision to enter into this power purchase agreement. It's obvious every day when I'm the one who flips the panels, the desperate state that both Point Vicente and Lenata Bay are in, and the lack of safe electrical power in our schools. I think the biggest thing I see daily is how it impacts the instructional day in a classroom, science and technology. When we're doing testing, Chromebook carts were blowing power all over the place. I'm going to set aside the whole air conditioning issue because that's another whole issue, but should we go ahead with this, we would be set and ready to go for air conditioning should that day come when we have the money to be able to upgrade our site that way. Last but not least, this concept's been proven already by the other school districts that they have worked with and installed in, our closest neighbor being Redondo Beach Union. And so therefore, I am backing, even if you want to just make us a beta with Point Vicente, we say yes.
Thank you. Alicia Grant. Barry, I'll call you, I promise.
Good evening.
Barry, I'll call you, I promise. You'll be the last one. You're the last one.
No.
Oh, you.
Okay.
Is she giving?
So I can have about
Okay.
10 minutes then.
Go ahead.
She's such a nice lady.
I've been an engineer for about 60 years now, and there's two kinds of engineering, real engineering and convenient engineering. When I say convenient, I mean the guy who does it for his own convenience or for his own profit. And I believe that's what has happened in this case with EMGF or whatever their name is. I can't. And I think it is brought to my attention by looking at the two principal angles that are involved in solar energy collection. One is the elevation of the solar array, and in all of cases that they've shown you, all of the aerial shots of the various schools, they show the elevation angle as being 7 degrees, just as well be perfectly flat. And with the elevation of 7 degrees, the only guy who's going to make any money off of these arrays is the company themselves in the summertime when your school is not in operation. At 0 degrees elevation, or 7 degrees, you will catch the sun for about 3 hours during the summer months, 3 or 4 hours, peak output of the array. And there's virtually no demand coming from the schools at that time because you don't have schools, and you don't have schooling going on in most of the schools. So they're going to reap a fortune during the summer just because of the elevation angle. The optimum angle from all solar studies that I've ever seen is to tilt the array up at the latitude of the location you're at, which is about 30 degrees here. And throughout the year, you would collect more energy than putting them in any other orientation. The other angle is the azimuth of the array. Azimuth is measured from true north, or if you want to look at it, it's how far off of south is it. South is 180 degrees azimuth, true south. If you look at all the studies that have been done by solar experts over the years, they will tell you that at 180 degrees, having your array pointed due south is the optimal way to collect based on just azimuth angle. Now, a real analyst would have taken into consideration both optimizing the azimuth angle and the elevation angle to produce the maximum output over the entire year. They did not do that. They didn't even go to that trouble. So I know it's a sham. A couple of the schools have azimuths denoted by them that are 270 degrees. That means the array is facing due west. And you know how much sun you get in the afternoon from something that's facing due west. It's, and in a few occasions, a few of the installations, they have an azimuth of somewhere between 80 and 100 degrees, which is almost due east. Same situation on the east as the west, except the east also has a lot of fog and mist in the air, which cuts down the amount of radiation hitting the face of the solar array. So you're not going to get very much output by having one faced east. So I'm saying they really need to do this correctly and optimize both the elevation and azimuth angles, or else you don't have an optimized system. And for the school district, you want an optimized system. You want to get the most energy out of those things that you possibly can.
Understand.
That's enough.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, Ben.
Elisa Grant.
Hello, I'll be really brief. Larry, thank you for your service, and
Thanks.
all the board members, thank you. I'm a parent of a Miraless student. I just have some concerns just about only having one proposal. I just think that, we need to have a couple of proposals out there, look it all over, make sure we do what's right for the school district and the community at large. Take partners in the community, make sure all the homeowners associations are okay with the location of all these. It's very important. Mira Catalina, where my boy was at, lots of houses around there. They have beautiful views of Catalina, hence Mira Catalina. But we need to make sure that those people's views are not obstructed, not having problems with the reflection and everything else. We had 2 proposals ourselves for solar panels at our own house. We had 2 completely different things told to us just because of the way our land is set up. We have extensive bank. We were told by one company, no problem, the bank would be perfect. It's east facing. Another company said there's no way you're going to have enough energy generated with that. It's going to have to go on your roof. So I just think it's important that you have different proposals because we were told 2 different things from 2 different companies. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie Simos. Barry Udis.
California State Senator Yee just introduced a bill that would require school districts and cities to seek competitive bids on energy contracts. He was motivated by reports that Chevron Energy Solution had plied officials at the Mount Diablo Unified School Districts with drinks and golf discounts as the company worked to secure one of the nation's largest school solar power contracts. Following the news reports, the district decided against a no-bid contract and signed an agreement with Sun Power Corp after a bidding process. Yee said, "We're talking about the integrity of public dollars. We should have a process with integrity and honesty. The Claremont School District is using money from Proposition 39 to go solar. The California Energy Commission requires a complicated process for districts using Prop 39 funds. First, the district must conduct an energy audit. Next, the district must work to reduce energy usage within conventional means, such as switching out lights for more energy efficient ones. Once the district is as lean and green as possible, it is free to submit its plans to the California Energy Commission. Third, is the chosen option one that makes economic sense as well as environmental difference? Fourth, what kind of solar energy installations would be a good fit for the neighborhood? Unfortunately, the process to date by the PVPUSD is the exact opposite. There has been no bidding process. You are working with one company. You are jamming this through without any community input, especially from the homeowners who are the ones who are directly affected. There's been no cost analysis or environmental report. At last night's RPV City Council meeting, RPV City Manager Douglas Wilmore said he had advised Superintendent Austin to have an RFP process. The city manager has signed a number of big energy deals like this. He said that PVPUSD would avoid the current transparency issues that you're currently experiencing with the bidding process. Now, everybody is in favor of solar. There's no question about it. It's just, I just can't understand why you're doing it this way and not having a discussion with the community. And that's all we're asking, is just have a discussion with the community instead of trying to jam this through. And Larry, believe it or not, I really do appreciate your service.
Thank you.
And it's been a blast.
90% of the time, right? I'll take that. I will too. Joan Davidson.
If somebody put $28 million on your table tonight, I think you'd take it. And I'm going to show you how you can get $28 million that's not being offered to you with the deal that you've been presented. First and foremost, your vote on October 28th. I watched the meeting. It was under item numbers M as a special report. I'm not sure if tonight you're procedurally correct, because I don't think your vote at the last meeting was correct. And Larry, you questioned that, and I think you were correct. I don't think the vote was correct last time, because it was not an action item. It was a special report discussion item. Secondly, I want to reiterate what Barry just said about the RPV meeting. The city manager advised his residents, which make up 70% of our school population, to talk to the school board. And they would have talked to the school board if Don Austin had gone out the way he did to the PTA and the League of Women Voters. They'd be here tonight, but they don't even know about it. That's a shame. This is a great deal for PFMG, but it's not a good deal for PVUSD. We're going to be losing millions of dollars if you compare the high kilowatt hours they're charging us versus other vendors. Other vendors that do schools are giving flat rates between 9 to 13 cents a kilowatt hour. They're charging you 17 cents and up to 29 cents a kilowatt hour. That's not good for us. Solar is great, and I did a lot of grants teaching at South High. I think that's fabulous. This is not the right deal. This gives this company, PFMG, the easement over our school properties. They'll be generating electricity, and they'll be reaping the benefits of it when the schools are not in session or when we don't use it. Why would we go with a sole source provider? So one woman just talked about her house. She got at least 2 beds for solar. If you get your trees trimmed, you call more than one person. You don't go buy a car and take the first deal. It's beholden upon you as a governing board to go get at least a bid process going, get some other vendors in here. Why would you take time to do that? This is the crux of the issue. I went out to Redondo Beach, and I've done a lot of research on it. Redondo Beach put up $8 million towards their project. We're apples and oranges. We can't compare what we did to them, and I'm going to give you some pictures of what it looks like. I know our residents would not be happy with the pictures I saw today. You will have lawsuits on your hands if you do this. The panels and the beams and the poles, the structures that I saw in Redondo, if the people next to Valmonte School open their curtains when they look out on the field and see these poles, they'll be looking through jail poles. They're not going to be happy about that. We need to vet other companies, get other proposals, and as the board, it's your duty to seek the best opportunities so you can give extra opportunities to our kids. If you have more money, then you will help our children. Larry, at the last meeting, you asked this company if they were publicly traded. They said no. You said, what are your sales dollars? They said, we don't have that information. Constellation is our financial arm. It's an East Coast utility company. The panels will be owned by Exelon. We're going to sell the whole project to them. This is not a good deal. Solar City, SunPower, these are big companies. They're out there. They are publicly traded. We can depend that they'll be there tomorrow. This company is an LLC. I have no idea if it will be there tomorrow. Teachers deserve a raise, and the kids deserve more classes and projects. I did the math. I did it the old-fashioned way. You see all these scribbles? I didn't have time to make up a table for you. I was going to try to do it. But I did the math. I went through every single calculation that they have. If you went with an 11-cent conservative per kilowatt hour, you will make $28 million more in 25 years. If you take this company, you're going to lose it. Please don't leave money on the table. Please go out to a competitive bid process. And I stopped at the PV Homes Association today. The woman didn't know what CEQA was. If you exempt yourself from CEQA tonight, the PV Homes Association will be calling you tomorrow, I believe. Their rules are different, and you know that for sure. These are the pictures. This is a street corner. I don't know if the TV will pick it up. The people who live on Basswood and next to Peninsula High don't want this in their face at the parking lot, I can assure you. And the people who live in the homes surrounding all the small elementary schools don't want to see it either. So I would like to know when Don Austin or anybody else went out to the public before October 28th, you said you were going to bring up answers to our questions. I'd like that question answered, because the first time the public heard about this was on October 28th. I had no idea about that. So I would ask Trent to pass these pictures so you can see them, because you're not going to like them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. And before we move on to the next segment, I'm just going to recap the questions that were asked in the public hearing that should be answered by the in part 3. How many bids did we receive, and how did we decide on PFMG? Why not go through a bidding process? How does it interact with our master plan, or lack thereof? Why approve this process without fully vetting the design? Why not use a third-party consultant for evaluation purposes? How are we comfortable about the economics and the data accuracy? Questions are raised about summer production for kilowatt use versus the SCE rate versus the contracted energy rate. Why didn't we examine cost of buying versus leasing? Panel elevations and azimuth of array. I became more of an expert than I realized on that one. Thank you, Barry. How did we take community input? How does the project interact with Proposition 39? And was there any communication before October 28th? I think I've covered everything, and then I had a bunch of comments that weren't questions. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. I
have some.
When Mr. Burrish asked about change orders, there was what happens if there's change orders or there's additional costs?
Okay. Thank you. And did I miss anything else?
Yeah, why so fast? Why didn't we do it earlier?
Well, okay, I mean, okay. I kind of took those in the...
Did you get the contradiction of two of our speakers about what rates Southern California Edison will be charging?
Well, so I put there as just the question about what's the SCE rate versus the contracted rate.
Have we verified costs and concerns of the contract?
Yes, I got that. Did I miss anything else?
You got the community input.
Okay, yes.
Need.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so
All right.
we will fully vet those during the presentation. All right, so the next step in the process is item N2, which is a resolution regarding CEQA. No report, or is there?
No information on
The CEQA is the standard CEQA process we've gone through in other projects. Does anybody have any questions? No. Okay, then I need a resolution, please. I mean, a motion, please.
I move that the board adopt resolution number 10, 2015-16, finding solar energy projects at 16 of the district's school sites, as listed here, exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and approve the filing and recordation of a notice of exemption with the Office of Planning and Research and the County Clerk Recorder for the County of Los Angeles.
I'll second that.
Okay. Do a roll call. Board Member Reed?
Yes.
Board Member Lucky?
No.
Board Member Colados?
Yes.
Board Member Sharp?
Yes.
Vandenbus, yes. Okay. Now we'll go to Resolution 11 in the presentation.
Let's do a very quick intro on a couple of these things before we bring up our guests for tonight. I think just real quickly, there's one thing that we would absolutely concede, and that is that we are nearing the window of what we know to be the tax incentives, and of course, they could be extended, but we don't know that. So we will concede that this probably feels fast for some people, and we get that. What we won't concede is that the proposed agreement hasn't been vetted, tested, that we have not used our consultants, and I just want to go through that quickly. Our entire contract and proposal was reviewed by Weldon is our energy consultant, and they do this work up and down the state of California. It was also, the concept was reviewed by two of our architects, PVPUSD, who's been a traditional partner, with a long-standing partner with the school district in Kashi, both of which said going forward with an agreement would do nothing to hurt us as far as a future master facilities agreement and potential future projects. Our partners, Capital Advisors, have all reviewed our proposed agreement. And even again today, I spoke to them about potential legislation that could make this a less strong deal, and there were no indications of that coming down the road. In fact, the opposite is their belief that energy companies will have further restrictions as far as their ability to de-incentivize solar projects, given some things that have happened in San Diego with San Diego Gas and Electric. I've met with, obviously we've brought this here before our board, we've met with Redondo Beach USD, who, although they did purchase, went through their entire project with 0 change orders, which is a testament to the quality of work. Met with Assemblyman Hadley, who actually serves on committees dealing with energy, specifically electricity. Met with each of our 4 city managers twice. I'll get to that more in just a second. We have submitted preliminary plans, and Mr. Bresch was accurate in that the plans that you've seen are not plans. It's essentially a feasibility study, so those placements are completely up for discussion. The plans have been, submitted to the Homeowners Association. We've met with our PTAs, our Ed Foundation. Each of our principals has walked their campuses with the consultants from not only the district, but from PFMG. We've met with the League of Women Voters, who you've heard from tonight, PVFA, CSEA, and others as well. We've had the contract reviewed by our attorneys, the same attorneys that deal with these contracts up and down the state of California, who have given their opinions about the strength of the contract, including the liability assumed on behalf of PFMG, which exceeds industry standard. We have also reviewed multiple firms that do this kind of work, as well as getting the opinions of each of those groups that I discussed earlier that have done work with other firms as well. We did want a firm that's an industry leader with school experience. School experience was very important to us. DSA experience, which can bog down any project, with local ties, which we've found here. Additionally, we wanted a company with expertise in this area, meaning that they've completed a project in the South Bay. Just looking through these last couple things. One comment was made about the city manager from RPV, and while I would not like to comment about his comments because I did not hear them, I can tell you I've had many conversations with Doug from RPV, and I value his opinion because he successfully navigated a massive power purchase agreement while in Salt Lake City. And I can tell you that the comments that were characterized tonight are not in alignment with the discussions I've had with him. We are both in agreement that we wish we had more time to go through this, and a longer process would have been great if we would have started years ago. But he has assessed our agreement and told me that he fully understands why we would proceed with it. So I will not comment on what is reported was said, but I'm telling you, my conversations, that's where we're at. I want to turn it over to Lydia to introduce our guest.
Thank you. Tonight I'd like to welcome back Alex Smith from PFMG. He will join me up front here, and I will let him take a minute and introduce the team that he has with him, and hopes that during the presentation he'll be able to address the concerns that were raised tonight.
Thank you, Lydia, and ladies and gentlemen of the board, cabinet, Superintendent Austin, and members of the public. We're very pleased to be here tonight again to present to you our proposal for solar energy systems. And this is very similar to the proposal that we presented to you last time. However, we have made some modification based on some comments that you provided to us to further provide information. The positive impact to the general fund in terms of cost savings for this project is certainly key. With no taxpayer dollars, the Palos Verdes Peninsula Unified School District would be looking towards saving $6.7 million over the 25-year term of the agreement. And certainly with you being a school district, we understand that it's very important to provide an educational component to this. And so we have provided curriculum with solar as a centerpiece so that students can begin to engage with math and science using the solar energy equipment as a part of that. We've certainly heard a lot tonight about trades and work, and we certainly are able to provide that through our relationship with the IBEW and to provide that support. In addition, 50% of all IBEW apprentices are U.S. military veterans, and so that's something that we feel is very important to put veterans to work on our projects. When we would put parking canopies up in certain locations, we would be including lighting underneath those canopies that would be a lot brighter than the lighting that would be there today. Those would be on timers that would totally be controlled by the district. In addition, the light would be more contained than pole lighting would be today because there would be a roof on top of the light and the lights would point straight down to the cars. So there'd be increased safety without sending that light into the neighborhoods. Certainly, with the hot weather that we've had over the summer and fall, having shade for students, the community, and for cars is certainly a very big benefit. In particular, having the kind of shade structures that you could utilize for outdoor activities for kids during hot days or to assemble during perhaps evacuation drills or other situations you may need outdoor shade. We have always provided additional support as a community partner with all of our school district clients. Working with school districts is what we do, and we would absolutely provide that support to you as a part of this project. Certainly with renewable energy and solar energy, it is clean, it is green. There are absolutely no emissions associated at all with the electricity that would be generated from this. So in terms of providing improved air quality for the air that we breathe here in the South Bay, this project would make a big impact towards cleaning up the air here because all the electricity would be clean coming from the sun. And certainly there's no doubt that doing solar energy for school district provides that leadership example that the district would set to the community about what renewable energy means, both economically and for our planet. To continue on, this is the savings summary that's a little bit more detailed, and I'll break out the line items here. The savings projections that you can see at the top of the page are with no tax dollars spent. These are additional funds that would come into the general fund. The power purchase agreement structure is a structure where there's no tax dollars spent. We will bring all the capital to design, build, and maintain the system and sell you power, and that's how we will make money. We'll make money by selling you power. The only time we would ever be able to earn revenue is when the system is on. So we want to make sure that it's working because that's how we would get paid as a part of this project. Our first year price per kilowatt hour would be 16.54 cents, which would go up at 3.9% for the first 15 years. And flat for the last 10 years of the 25-year term. Your historical consumption was just under 5.2 million kilowatt hours, spending $932,000 on all of that electricity. 17.94 cents per kilowatt hour is that rate. We will show you in a moment the historical context of utility rate escalation over the 40 years has been 5%, so we've used 5% as what we believe Edison will do for the future. And we'll provide some more slides on that, so that it will, by the time we are finished with the design and construction of the project, you would be paying 18.45 cents. So our 16.54 is competing with 18.45 to drive the savings numbers. Down at the bottom of the table, the proposed solar system are carports and shade canopies for a 2.24 megawatt system at 16 locations, providing 3.62 million kilowatt hours of generation. That is a 70% solar fraction, meaning that 70% of the electricity district-wide would be produced by the solar energy system. And we've done that for a reason, because we've sized the system to maximize your savings. I'll talk a little bit more about that shortly. Here you can see a graph comparison of solar in maroon down at the bottom and Southern California Edison escalating at various rates of escalation. You can see that the blue line is Edison at 3.5%. The green is the 5%, which we've modeled, and purple is 6%. You'll see also that for the last 10 years of the contract, the price per kilowatt hour is totally flat, so you're able to absorb anything that may come up during the course of the agreement so that there's long-term savings. The historical context of the last 40 years for compound annual growth rate in California for commercial tariffs, not residential tariffs, but commercial tariffs that you're in, is just over 5% per year. And while that's not a straight line, 5.2% per year, there's been ups and downs throughout that, we have looked at 5% as being a conservative estimate of the future. In addition, you can see here the article from the end of 2012. What takes place with the Public Utilities Commission is that they approve 3 years of rate hikes, and so that's why this is from 2012. So they approve those 3 years of rate hikes. You can see the numbers that were included in that package. And in addition, the way that actually took place on your bills for your particular tariffs is that there were 10% increase in 2013 and 10% increase in 2014. If you look at the chart down below, this is a document that Southern California Edison published in 2011, which shows what they think they're going to do to make their revenue for the future. And the second bullet point down from the top on the right says that they are forecasting a roughly 5% per year rate increase through 2020. In addition, the bullet point below that, continuing low load growth would exacerbate rate problem. I think that they've identified it as a rate problem, speaks to the issue of solar being a solution to that problem. And in addition, low load growth also means solar. So the more solar there is, the more rates go up from Southern California Edison. Got some pictures in terms of what does it look like. We've got a picture of shade structures on the edges of play fields here, which provide a lot of benefit, both for the kids when they're outside playing or for the community to watch athletics on the weekends. We've got quite a few locations where these shade canopies could be very beneficial. Down below on the right, you can see Paris Middle School right there on Prospect. If you're driving up on a weekend, you'll see lots of folks enjoying that shade every weekend. In addition, Tulita and Jefferson, two elementary schools from Redondo Beach, you can see the shade canopies on the edge of the playfields. And you can see that the canopies are quite large so that kids can still play underneath them. You'll also notice that the columns are padded. So when we do locate them out in play yards, we pad them just in case kids do run into them. We try to mitigate that and provide as much safety as we can. And in parking lots, we utilize them to cover cars. And so here are a couple of photos that show what it looks like in parking lots, as well as here at the Chaffee High School District. You can see two larger parking lots where the columns were painted school colors, which is an architectural feature that we've provided options to all of our clients and found that to be quite a popular thing to do. The power purchase agreement structure, again, there's zero capital cost and there's no tax dollars to the Palos Verdes Peninsula Unified School District. We design, build, and maintain the solar energy system and make money by selling you power. We're able to do this by monetizing tax incentives as well as other tax advantages to bring the net cost of the project down for us to provide that through to you in the form of lower energy costs. Typically, with school districts, you're not able to take advantage of tax credits because you don't pay taxes. And we can take advantage of those max tax credits and pass them through to you in the form of lower electricity costs. So through this public-private partnership, we're able to take advantage of tax subsidies to bring those savings through to you. In addition, the tax credit is currently at 30%. At the end of 2016, that will change to 10%. Currently, in order to extend the tax credit to continue to be 30%, it would take an act of Congress where both the House of Representatives and the United States Senate would have to both agree to extend this tax credit. The current composition of the House of Representatives of the United States Senate, it seems unlikely that there would be an extension of renewable energy tax credits given the composition of those bodies. That's not to say that it couldn't happen, but at this time, we believe that the tax credit will go from 30% to 10%. Now, what that means is it usually takes about a year to design, build, and construct projects. That's what our experience has been at the 17 districts where we have been awarded school district projects. So we understand it takes about that time. Should the school district award the project, we will guarantee that price per kilowatt hour. So even if the tax credit were to change and for some reason we weren't able to build the system on time, that would be our risk that we would take on and still guarantee the same price per kilowatt hour to you. In addition, with the technology that we're utilizing, it's only Tier 1 components, meaning that there's a very select group of manufacturers that we would choose from. In addition, because we have many, many projects to pull data from, we're able to utilize not only what the manufacturers say, but our own data with real production out in the field to analyze what we think is going to happen. Also, does increase the benefit of Prop 39 funds, which you'll be receiving for energy efficiency projects. So when you combine the solar energy generation and then the reduction of consumption through Prop 39 funds, they will combine together to save you the most money. And we've done that with each and every district that we've worked with. At the end of the power purchase agreement, there are 3 things that can happen. The first is that we'll remove the system at no cost. If you want us to come take it away, we'll take it all away. We could renew the contract, or you could buy it at fair market value, which is set by the IRS, not us. Here are a list of the locations and the system sizes and the estimated production that we expect for the system. In addition, PFMG Solar, we build solar for schools. That is our main business. Over 90% of our business comes from building solar projects at school district. So understanding the DSA, understanding the community, understanding how to put it all together so the projects are a success is our entire business plan. And what you can see here on this page are the logos of all of our public agency clients, which most are school districts. And what you'll notice is that we've done a lot of projects with Southern California school districts that are very near to each other. In the Antelope Valley, we have worked with half a dozen districts. In the Rancho Cucamonga area, we've worked with 5 districts. I think the reason that that's taken place is because when we've worked with one district and we finish a project and the neighbors ask, how did it go? Are you happy? Are you saving money? Did they do what they told you you're going to do? Every time we've been able to deliver, which is why we've been able to be the #1 solar partner for schools in Southern California every year for the last 5 years. Part of what we do when we walk these sites is what we call energy engineering. And so in terms of calculating what the production is going to be from the system is very important to our firm. When we walk the sites, we brought electrical engineers as well as myself to walk all the sites so that we could validate what our production would be. We have utilized a 7-degree tilt angle on all of our structures because that is the best benefit of production versus cost. If you were to increase the angle above 7%, that would create a large sail, and the Division of State Architecture would require us to upgrade the structural foundations of our arrays. So we've used 7 degrees as a blend between production as well as making sure we can get through the DSA, so that's balanced. I would also say that part of what we do is when we walk these sites, we make sure that we can deliver with no change orders or hidden fees. What we have done as a firm, and I'd like to introduce here Al Nagy, our Chief Financial Officer, Paul Mikas, President of our firm, Michael Streams, who is our General Counsel, and John Dimmick, our Director of Development. We have taken great pride in our credibility and the way that we handle our business with school districts and public agencies. So all of our dealings that we've done have been totally transparent. The price that we have provided to you tonight is the price that you would receive. There will be no change orders. There will be no change to anything. There will be no requirement to purchase additional insurance. What we do with our firm is to stand behind what we say we're going to do, and it will be delivered to you in a quality way. And part of how we do that is through our partnerships, because we work with school districts and come up with strategies to develop educational enhancements, as well as provide significant scholarships. This year, we'll be facilitating $12.7 million in college scholarships to students throughout our client base, and we're very excited about that. In addition, we've been 100% closed out with the DSA. There's no open A numbers on any of our projects. Everything that we've done has been totally closed out with the DSA, and that's not easy to do, as you all know, working with the DSA all the time. The reason that we haven't incorporated roof-mounted solar is because when you go to apply to the Division of State Architecture to do roof-mounted solar, they will then ask you if your entire building is up to today's current seismic standards. And when that's not the case, they will ask you to go back and rebuild a lot of your building. So while it may seem more cost-effective to utilize the roof solar, it winds up being more expensive, which is why over 95% of all projects that are done at any school in California is done through carports, with a small minority doing ground mounts and basically no rooftops being done at all. So that's why we selected to utilize the carports, so that we're able to move through the DSA process without opening up unnecessary items for you. And certainly when you're building in a school, we've got to be safe. We've got to make sure that with all the kids around, with all the community around, with everybody watching, we've got to be able to deliver this thing in a safe way. And to that end, we've developed enhanced electrical safety specifications with all of our partners to make sure that we're going to do this in a safe way when we're building on sites. We're currently under construction at 36 school sites right now, and we understand what it takes to be able to deliver on that. Government Code Section 4217 is the code section that we've been selected to do every single school district project we've ever done. So that's 17 school districts. So Government Code Section 4217 is the industry standard in terms of procurement for solar projects for public agencies. Part of that is because of the time-sensitive incentives that are out there. The solar market is very variable, where there's various rebates. The California Solar Initiative used to be around. It's no longer around. There's a tax credit that's here now, may not be there. And there's various variables that are changing. And so there are certain moments in time when solar is better than others. Government Code Section 4217 allows you the flexibility to take advantage of those incentives so that you can get the most value for your projects. In addition, we've also submitted all of the pricing that we've done for recent projects with other school districts to your staff as a part of what we presented. And our pricing that we've provided is consistent throughout various school districts, so you could see that you're in line with our value and what we do. So here you can see a list of the school districts that we've moved forward with on Government Code Section 4217. Here's some pictures of some of the educational programs that we put together. Up top, Ruben Rodriguez is a teacher from Palmdale High School teaching kids about electricity. Kids that came out of that classroom, those two kids that came out of there, Brian and Jacob, I'll show you in a minute, joined the Skills USA program, won first in the LA region, first in the state of California, fourth in the nation. These are two kids from Palmdale they're going to be the first in their families to go to college, and they really like the solar energy system because it's modern technology that they see on their campus. Down below, one of our staff providing a field trip for the kids to teach them how it works. There are those two kids, Brian and Jacob, in the upper left-hand corner when they won the states. Down below, you can see a solar car that those students at Palmdale High School recently just built and competed at the Texas Motor Speedway, which is a very exciting event. Next summer, they'll be driving from Texas to Minnesota in that solar car. So that's going to be quite the adventure for those kids next summer. And it's very exciting to take kids that aren't on the athletic team, aren't in the drama program, give them something that stimulates their minds and brings that team-building atmosphere. So it's very exciting to see all that. In addition, we mentioned some of the scholarships that we've provided up above. There's myself and Paul providing a scholarship to a student from San Gabriel Unified. And then in the lower right-hand corner, Jim Hankla providing a donation to the Aerospace Academy in Palmdale. In addition, we recognize that it's very important to engage the community as part of this process. It's key. The only way that we're able to continue doing projects and continue to be selected is by making sure that all our clients are happy with what we're doing when we build. And so nothing that we would ever do would be built without going through a very robust community outreach program where we would work with the district staff as well as the community to determine the optimum locations for the arrays. And that's something that we want to make sure that everyone is very aware of, that that process would be something that we would make ourselves available. And in fact, I did meet yesterday with members that were interested to look at Mirror Lest and where did we come up with our designs. And while we were there on the site, we were able to make some modifications that were able to make sure that we could continue doing the project, but also fit in with the neighborhood concerns. And I think that's a key for us, is we want to fit in with the neighborhood. Should a neighborhood say that they don't want it, and we all talk together and say that school shouldn't be built, then we won't build it. And that's something that I want to make sure to make that commitment to you, that community outreach process will absolutely be ongoing, and nothing would ever be built or put in without the coordination of the community and the district staff. I think that it's key that Tim also mentioned earlier that the site plans are preliminary. We still have to do underground easement detection to find out what Edison easements may be there or other easements, so the arrays still may need to shift around a little bit. That's normal. That's what we always do. We've never built any projects just like they are today under this phase of design, and it's something that we do with no change orders also. So the price that you see is the price that you get, and that's something that we also take very seriously. In addition, there's some concern that was brought up yesterday regarding glare. Will there be glare for some of the homeowners? And there is a Federal Aviation Administration tool, a glare analysis tool for pilots that are approaching runways to look at will there be glare from various elevations above solar arrays. So we will absolutely provide an FAA glare analysis for each and every school where glare is a concern, so that folks can see that there will not be glare, or if it seems like there will be glare, what can we do to mitigate that in terms of shifting the array or moving it around so that it doesn't have that. And in addition, just to finalize that, but to re-emphasize it, nothing will be built until the district signs off on it, so the plans are totally preliminary at this point in time. And now I also have a list of the site plans, so if you'd like to go through the site plans, we can take a look at that. We've made some modifications to a few of them that I'd like to point out. Here at Cornerstone at Pedregal, we've got the shade canopy, where there's an existing shade structure that we would remove and replace with this shade canopy. Dapple Gray, we have a shade canopy to go by the upper field. This would be ADA compliant and accessible through the elevator that you have there. Mirror Catalina, we would locate the arrays in the lower field, just on the north side of the field by the playground equipment. Mirror Lest, this is our conceptual site plan that has not been edited from yesterday's meeting, but will be edited in the future, and the locations of the arrays in the parking lots there. Monte Malaga, where we have it on the edge of the play field by the sand area. Palos Verdes High School, where we have located it in the quad and above the ball wall areas. PV Intermediate, where we've located it all now on the lower parking area. There was a smaller array up by the front of the school that's been moved and taken away and put down below. Peninsula High School, based on some input that we received from various folks, we have found some new locations outside of the main parking lot for those solar arrays. The main location being the snake pit down below in the lower area, where on the sides of those fields to provide shade for athletics as they're down in that field working out during those hot summer months to be able to take a break and get into the shade, as well as behind the grandstands, a shade canopy to go behind the grandstands where sometimes people are setting up for various events to provide shade. And A is a small parking area with the ADA parking that we noticed was blocked out on all sides from buildings, so we thought that that may be appropriate to include that there. But this is the kind of thing that we can do when there is input to go back to the drawing board and figure out a better place to put it so that we can address community concerns. Point Vincenti, we have here on the shade canopy on the edge of the field. Rancho Del Mar and the O&M facility, we have each a shade canopy. Rancho Vista, we have a shade canopy. Ridgecrest, there is a shade canopy by the lower field. Silver Spur Elementary School, we have a shade canopy on the edge of the field by an existing temporary shade canopy. Soleado is on the east side of the field. Valmani is on the in-between play areas. And Vista Grande, we have it on both west-facing and a south-facing array on the edge of the field. In addition, I know we haven't talked about that so far, but we are including electrical upgrades for Point Vincente, Rancho Vista, and Ridgecrest Intermediate to provide for electrical upgrades for future loads that you are contemplating putting in as a part of this project, so that's all included at no cost inside of the project. I'd also like to comment on one final thing on net metering and what that is, because I think that's something that's come up tonight, and I wanted to clarify that point. During the summer months, when your schools are closed and the solar systems are generating electricity, you will buy the power from us, and you will then sell it back to Edison and get a credit on your bill based on what you would have paid. And during the summer, that's when prices are the highest. So during the summer months, when we're creating electricity and you're not using electricity, you're going to generate a bank of credits that you can then pull from in the fall, winter, and spring. We've sized the solar energy system so that there are no unused net metered credits. So that's why we've sized the system how we have. So if you build up this bank of credits in the summer, you can then pull from those credits during the year. So I think I want to be very clear that it's not that we're selling it to Edison, it's that you would buy it from us and you would sell it to Edison based on what you would have paid, which is a very high rate. So I wanted to make that point of clarification as well regarding the net metering aspect of the project.
Questions? I think
for staff.
yeah, I think I'm going to go through, if you don't mind staying up, I'm going to go through, probably staff is going to answer most of these, just to make sure. So, how many bids did we get, and how did we decide?
This is the only bid that we received. I have, on my own, looked into other solar companies that were brought to my attention. I did that, one, by calling around, by working with our attorneys who have also worked with the other companies. And I wanted to make sure that I did my due diligence and at least looking into several other companies that I knew had done work in school districts.
Just a clarifier question to Alex. Alex, of your existing contracts in Southern California, how many did you receive through a bid process?
So we were awarded all 17 projects through Government Code Section 4217. Same process as you're considering tonight.
Have you participated in any bids?
We have participated in bids in various marketplaces, and we have not been awarded any projects for public school districts out of those processes.
So the next question was, why didn't we go through a formal bidding process?
Or why are we not?
A couple reasons for that. First of all, and I have permission from Redondo Beach to share this, even Redondo Beach in their purchase agreement did not go through a bid process. So there are a couple answers to that. First of all, it's not required. Next, it does not mean that other companies were not considered, that our consultants, in this case, Weldon, did not review and give input, and also that our attorneys did not review and give input. Additionally, taking the existing contracts from PFMG and comparing to make sure that our price was in line with what had been contracted with other districts gave us a high level of confidence. The biggest part, and this is the part that's hardest to understand unless you're just right in the middle of it, is that it is not an apples and apples comparison. So it is highly likely that the low bid would not be something that would even be feasible. The work at the end of the day would be work that would not be feasible for our district. The pre-design work and the DSA approvals that PFMG has gives us a guarantee. The fact that they've had 0 change orders in their projects gives us an additional level of confidence. The assumption of liability that they take on, which was really a highlighted point back from our attorneys, is unparalleled. So while it's possible to see a lower per kilowatt proposal from another company, there are other things that would factor in that would make that true cost even higher. The last piece that I don't want to lose is the 3 panel jobs that we have included in this. And I think Alex said at no cost, and of course there's a cost. It's essentially we're financing that work. Does add to what you're seeing in that per kilowatt hour price, because really what we're talking about is a pretty hefty number of dollars that are going to projects that without this contract, which is fine, we would have to find another way to do that work, because it is necessary work. So that is included in this process.
Can I just add, and why so fast? What would we risk if we were to delay? It's kind of the follow-up.
Yeah. The risk part and the delay part is completely debatable, because what we're going to say, and this is based on our best information and our consultant work and including our capital advisors group, is that the tax incentive is going to expire. Now, some would say, well, yeah, it's been extended before and it may again, and it may be. But we didn't want to bet on that as our plan of attack, and to have a system in place before those tax credits expires is essential to us. And as we did some more research on this, for an example, if you're in San Diego and you have SDG&E, you're paying so much more for electricity than we are, that even with an expired or reduced tax incentive, there's still savings to be had. In our case, that is less true. So for us, there is a sense of urgency as far as moving forward if we want to be guaranteed of the tax incentive.
Was there any alternate process besides a request for proposal or this government code section that we could have considered as a way of obtaining bids?
Could have done a request for qualifications, an RFQ as well.
And what would be the timing on an RFQ, and how does an RFQ work?
An RFQ is similar to an RFP. The difference is you're asking for the qualifications of the vendors versus asking them to give you a proposal for price. The timing would be really similar. We'd have to have the attorneys draw up the documents, the same process in advertising, board approval.
So the process is similar to a request for proposal?
Yes.
Okay.
The only difference is you're asking for the qualifications and basing your decision on the qualifications of the vendor rather than the proposals and going for the lowest bid.
So the idea of a request for qualification is that when you have a complex project with many different considerations besides just the bottom line price, that gives you the ability to go through that process to pick a proposal that overall, considering everything, is the best way of moving forward.
Correct, and also you can then, one of the recommendations or suggestions that I had received when doing the due diligence process on my part was there can be specific language in there in regards to working with our attorneys at Atkinson, specific contract language. You can iron out a lot of those little details that you won't see in an RFP until you get to the actual agreement process. So with an RFP, you might just look at cost and say, okay, this is the lowest price per kilowatt, this is who we're going to go with. And then you don't find out about the hidden costs until you actually have the agreement in front of you and you have your attorneys vetting the agreement. And so there's some differences.
So we've gone through RFPs a bunch on a bunch of different projects. What's the average time frame to do an RFP?
I'd say minimum 2 months to 3.
Because you have to design the request, You have to advertise a
I see.
request, you have to have a job walkthrough, then you have to have a final bid, then you have to evaluate, and so on. Okay. I think this was answered, but how does this proposal interact with our master plan or lack thereof?
Well, we first shared with Alex at the time that we began to speak with Alex, we had just submitted the applications for year 1 and 2 funding for Prop 39, which Wilden presented to the board. And so we shared that information so that he knew that we were already looking at energy, maximizing our energy usage with the projects that we'd be doing with year 1 and year 2 Prop 39 funds. So, like Alex mentioned, we've been notified, we've received funding for year 1 and 2. We've begun the RFP process for our Prop 39 projects. And so the money that we'll save by implementing those projects and maximizing our energy usage on top of the energy savings through the solar project will just give us that much more savings each year.
So that's how it interacts with Prop 39, but how does it interact with the fact that we haven't done a master plan, if we go through the process next year or two of doing a master plan, and then we discover all of a sudden we put solar arrays in places where we want to put a classroom or we want to do something else?
If we had identified areas where, you're right, we thought that we might erect a new building, there would be some cost because you'd probably have to, you'd have to remove those solar arrays and relocate them in order for your new building to go up, or find a new space for your new building. The one comment that was made by one of our speakers at Mira Last regarding the master plan issue was one of the areas they were looking at to install the solar panels was over the swimming pool at MIS, and to create spectator shade. Well, we all know the condition of the MIS pool, so my recommendation yesterday was I wouldn't recommend putting panels over the MIS pool because we know that that's something we probably want to address in a master facilities plan. So in that case, it's better to have the master facilities plan incorporate the pool and any energy savings at that time.
So I think this has been answered, but why would we approve this proposal tonight without fully vetting the design?
Well, I'll start and Dr. Austin can finish. Well, this isn't the final phase. So in the next 90 to 120 days or so, we're going to be in the design development phase. And that is the opportunity to talk about the different locations and so on. And so that's where the board is going to weigh in on the final design phase that's going to be submitted to the DSA. These are proposals.
I would just add to that, there's a couple different ways of looking at what you're even voting on tonight. One, and it might be the position of even some who spoke here tonight, that you're voting on what you saw tonight as far as locations and we start building tomorrow. I would say that what you're voting on tonight is extending the process, because that's truly what it is. What it would do, and you know, one of the questions was, well, what community groups have we gone out and started working with? It would have been premature to go out and start walking campuses with community groups before there was direction from our board that it was even something that we wanted to consider. The next phase becomes the most important phase, because as Alex has said multiple times, and we're committed to, if we can't make it work, we don't do it. You know, this just gets us to that next phase. And you've seen just the quick feedback we got from Peninsula High School. We pulled the parking lot structures right off. And there were people at Peninsula High School that said, no, we can do this. And we're like, no, we're going to be as cautious as possible with all of these locations if we move forward. So I would just say, well, we're just looking to extend the process.
So the one point to be, of course, to be made is that extending the process, we would be extending the process with one firm as opposed to extending the process of potentially having several firms involved.
Yes, that is true.
Okay. Why not use a third-party consultant for evaluation of all the proposals and possibly design a request for proposal?
I think that, well, I'm going to answer in two ways. One, I think part of that answer goes back to this, to Dr. Austin's response in why we didn't go out for the RFP process. But we did in that Wilden, there was a group of 3 of them that actually were on a conference call with myself and Alex and developed a list of questions that we went through and asked Alex to answer at the meeting. They are available to do a cost analysis. We have Kashi can do a cost analysis. And then our attorney, I worked really closely with Bryce Chastain from Atkinson, who is Atkinson's energy expert. And so I do look at them as third parties that were looking at different parts of the agreements, the purchase agreement versus the entire analysis that PFMG has submitted.
Taking that one step further, though, normally when you have a consultant that comes in and does that analysis for you, you're looking at a bunch of data.
Correct.
And then you're making, the board and others are making judgments based on the data that's presented to us. In this case, there's not that happening. We had the ability for them to go out and do a cost analysis, but at that point, we'll already have, if we've agreed to move along the process, we already have locked ourselves into what those costs are. I mean,
Yeah, but they have been looked at. It's not as if there hasn't been any analysis. Maybe not the analysis that you're necessarily referring to, but we have had every single legal, engineer, structural advising group that we normally use look at this.
I understand. I'm just...
And Larry, I know that you're referring to the independent cost analysis. Again, that goes back to the timing and the window that we're working within for this project.
Okay. There was questions raised about the economics and the data accuracy. I think some of that probably came out with quotes on different rates that Edison charges, but maybe Alex, you can make some more comments about the specific methodology used to make sure we understand the like-for-like analysis of what you did versus numbers we've heard of 11 cents a kilowatt hour and stuff like that.
So the way that we provided our analysis, I'll talk about that, but I'll also talk about the Edison piece as well. So the way that we did our analysis is we took in all your electricity data from Southern California Edison by 15-minute intervals and figured out when you're using power and then how much do you pay for each unit of power, both for energy as well as demand, because within commercial rate tariffs that you're in, there's an energy piece and a demand piece that are totally separate. Once we're able to break that apart by getting your data electronically, we then figured out where could solar panels maybe go. And we've gone through many iterations at this time to figure out what would be a good place for them architecturally as well as for solar production. Once we figured that out, we figured out how much electricity could that make and when, so that we could match up the solar production with your consumption to provide the cost savings of what would take place. Because a solar kilowatt hour at 10 a.m. is worth less than the solar kilowatt hour at 3 p.m. And so we're able to take all that data in and present this cost savings analysis.
And a solar kilowatt hour at 10 a.m. in Tuesday in February is different than Friday in July.
That's right. That's right. That's absolutely right. And it's all different. And so we take that into account and are able to model that within our modeling. We also understand how to accurately predict the production of these systems, because we do have a lot of systems and a lot of data out there. We also understand the local weather. One side of the hill is a lot different than another side of the hill, in the sense that you could have fog and cold and sunny and hot, and you're just a few miles away. So that was incorporated into the analysis that we put together. Regarding Southern California Edison's tariffs, Southern California Edison has been doing different things for their residential rates than they have for their commercial rates. What they're doing on their commercial rates is they're increasing the on-peak energy and on-peak demand charges, which basically means that summertime afternoon electricity is more expensive. So you are in a solar power purchase agreement right now with Southern California Edison. It's just the opposite of our program, because when the sun's out and it's hot outside, they charge you more, where we're able to use that energy directly so you can take advantage of it and not have to suffer the impact of the high rates that take place during those afternoons in the summer. But regarding the data that we've put together, certainly it is the very highest quality. Our energy engineering that we've put together is something that we take great pride in. And at all the locations where we've done solar in the past, for all the megawatts that we've shown you up on the board, we're at 101.2% of actual production versus what's in our power purchase agreement contracts of expected production. So we've been very accurate with our production modeling. We've also been very accurate with our savings methodologies, so that when we return back to the school boards to say, here's what we showed you we were going to do, here's what we actually did, we do that for each and every client that we've worked with. So we take great pride in the integrity of the data that we've put together so we can present the very best information, and as well making sure that people can understand the way that it works and be happy to provide any and all data support so you can see how all those things fit together. That's the thing that we've been working, Lydia and I have been working together to make sure that all the very best information is included in the project for your review.
So I think you can probably address the next question, which is just, can you talk about a little bit about buying versus leasing?
Sure. So some of our clients opt to buy the project. Redondo Beach, for example, did purchase a project. All of our other school district clients have entered into a power purchase agreement. The power purchase agreement has been the method of choice for most districts because they don't have the capital available to do a project like this. When you're talking about a $15, $18, $19 million project and the capital is not available, this is a way to free up future capital for things where there is no zero capital expense. There is no zero capital solution for a classroom wing. There is for solar. And so, for example, the Chaffey Joint Union High School District passed an $892 million bond. They did a power purchase agreement with us at that same time because their $892 million bond came from a $1.4 billion needs assessment. And so they were already $500 million over and didn't have any money to spare. So the power purchase agreement option has been very popular because it allows other dollars to go further. You still get solar and still have cost savings.
Just to give some perspective, do you recall how many kilowatt hours the Redondo Beach project generates, or what the system is?
It's 1.5 megawatts, and it produces almost 2 million kilowatt hours in a year, about.
Okay, and the project that you're scoping for us?
Is 2.3 megawatts.
Right, so it's basically 50% more, and their project was about an $8 million project, so just rough estimate,
Right.
something like a $12 million, it's in the range of $12 to $15 million if we were going to walk down the road of wanting to purchase something.
I'd say that's a fair estimate. I'd say Redondo Beach had 12 schools where you have 16, so there's a bit more smaller sites.
I'm just trying to emphasize that.
These are
I'm just
rough orders of
I'm just trying to contextually say that that's not, we don't have $15 million to do the project. Okay. You talked about panel elevations and the trade-off and the azimuth. You didn't really talk about the 180 degrees at all. Maybe
Sure,
you can.
let's talk about that. Certainly due south is best, but the way that we've designed the systems, they're all going to produce very well. Certainly in certain circumstances, when you're looking at a play field, making sure that your solar system's producing absolutely as maximized as it can maybe isn't as important as the fact that now it's in the middle of the soccer field. And so we've designed the systems around your campuses architecturally and then made sure that the production will still meet your needs. So for example, if we do have an east or west facing array which will produce a few percentage points less, we'll put in a few more panels to offset that. So you'll still get the kilowatt hours that you need.
Okay, you addressed how you're going to take community input moving forward. Everyone has discussed the interaction with Proposition 39. There's a question to Dr. Austin about October 28th and the process prior to that.
I think I hit on it, but just to reiterate, the public outreach, the community outreach really begins tomorrow if the contract is awarded. So that effort has not been the same. That would be out of sequence to have started there.
You addressed change orders and the fact that the contract doesn't provide for change orders, basically. And then the one thing that wasn't on the list that someone raised is, several speakers rose to say they'd be happy to do a beta test. Can you comment on whether that's even feasible or not?
Well, I would say that when we work with school districts, typically they're doing all of the schools. That's what pretty much all of our schools do, is they do all the schools.
But economically, does that even work for you if you went to 3 schools and said, let's do this for 6 months, see what everyone thinks?
Well, I would say it would be more about economically for the district in terms of the cost impact of the federal tax credit declining. We'd be happy to work on any project, any and all project that any school district would like us to work on. But what we typically find is that by packaging all the projects together, we're able to bring in small elementary school projects that you may not be able to if you just did them by themselves.
And you answered the question about roofs versus shade. And I think that was it for the questions, unless I missed something. We did talk about Prop 39.
Larry, there was a question we can direct to Alex if you're okay with this.
Yeah, go for it.
It's about the concept that technology changes and what would we expect over the next 25 years. I think that's a valid question. 2 years.
Absolutely. So there's nothing in the contract that prevents us from changing the technology out later if there is something in the future that's better. And if we can put it in at no cost to you and provide additional savings above and beyond what we're already doing, then we'd be happy to put that in. So there's nothing in the contract that prevents us in the future from upgrading technology and improving it should that take place in the future.
What other questions do board members have?
I'm not sure even if I'm asking this the right way, but I'll give it a shot. So is there any room, was there any room to negotiate this price down in any way, either by the 3.9% a year going up or what it averages out to? So if you were in a situation where 2 other companies were sitting here doing the same shales thing at the same time, would you be able to knock the price down, or is it just we can do this job for this, or we're not going to, we can't, doesn't work for us and we're going to take our business, we're going to go somewhere else? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Well, I would say that the pricing that we've presented to you is an aggressive price given the scope of the project. Certainly when many of your elementary schools are very small compared to many other places where we're working. However, the pricing that we're providing to you is in line with other districts whose elementary schools are larger. We believe that we've been very aggressive with our pricing and put our best foot forward to you in this process, as we have for all our public agency clients. And the pricing that we've provided to you is very much in line with the pricing that we have provided on awarded contracts for projects at unified districts with similar amounts of schools and similar amounts of megawatts.
Is there, I saw something in some of my research where you had a model, I think it was with a city, where you had a flat rate price that started higher but never went up.
Right.
Is that something that works ever with schools, or do you have any schools that do that? I pulled up an article that was, I can't remember what city it was, and I
We
apologize.
did that at Saddleback Valley Unified School District at their 4 high schools and 1 district office. I think with the 4 high schools and 1 large district office being the scope of the project, it is a different type of project in the sense that they're very large projects, and so their pricing would naturally be lower. Anyway, however, that said, having a flat rate of escalation is something that we have provided to others. Typically what we do is, unless that flat rate starts below your current rate, we don't recommend it because we are always driving towards cost savings for our clients.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So in this case, that wouldn't be the case then, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Dr. Austin, can you speak a little bit to not necessarily hearing from Alex, but what you heard from all the different experts that you've checked with about kind of the competitiveness of this particular.
Yeah, a couple things. The guidance that we received from people who reviewed this agreement have said a couple things very consistently. First of all, are they the lowest price possible? Probably not. Probably not. But everyone who I spoke to on this, and these are all people that have no vested interest in it, also said they are the company that is the most reputable, has no hidden fees, takes on all the liability, completes projects with 0 change orders, dependable, accessible, and works the best with the community. So on a pure price point, if price was our only decision point, it may not be our best deal. It's right in the ballpark, and everyone says yes, it's fairly priced. I would say that the people I've spoken to would agree with Alex's statement that it was aggressive pricing for their company. But if it was purely price, we could have probably received a bid that would have had a lower per kilowatt hour price, but would have run the risk of hidden costs, liability increases, and differences in quality of product. So I think that's the most honest, direct answer I can give you.
I have 2 more. I don't know if you guys have any you want to.
Just go ahead and we'll go down.
I really think this is the crux of probably why many of the audience is still here in some of the conversation. It's really about, one, why aren't we going out to bid? Why didn't we do this earlier? And nobody has said that they're really comfortable with the process, even though clearly tonight we learned that 17 other school districts have all used this exact process to do this, all within their legal bounds. So I know that we have brought up solar over the past, since I've been on the board, it's come up. What's different now about this particular opportunity that wasn't there before? Why is it that we now are at kind of a point where we can't go out to bid if we actually want to get the tax credit based on what we know today versus, I really think that's the tension, right? I mean, it's not ideal. This is what we're trying to figure out. So I think it's fair to at least ask the question. So
Absolutely.
Not why so fast, but why?
Yeah. I mean, I think the why so fast we've answered.
Sure. Why not earlier?
I think it's a totally different question, and it's one that I've wrestled with in my last district, and we've done research when I was in Huntington Beach, and it made sense. My kids go to Edison High School, home of the Chargers. They're next door to Edison, the power company, and yet the district has done very little in this area. A lot of times districts, I'm speaking globally now, will look at how many years does it take to pay off equipment, because their mind is in this purchase mode, and most business officers are pretty quick to come back and say, well, it takes so many years out that it doesn't make sense for us, and that's the end of the discussion. Next, quite honestly, Tony, I can tell you from my seat now, I can speak for myself, it's easier not to do these projects. At the end of the day, this is a lot of work. If we move forward, the community outreach will be exhausting. It'll be hard work. It's important work. It's essential work. But I'm just being real honest. I've spoken with other superintendents who just don't want to put in the time. So that's a factor.
And Tony, I'd like to add a comment as well. We have talked about the possibility of solar in the past, but one of the things that I've learned with Prop 39 is the recommendation that you don't do anything until you have an energy audit. And so we brought Wilden on.
Mm-hmm.
They did the energy audit. They presented to the board not too long ago their findings and what their recommendations were to apply for funding for year 1 and 2. And I believe it was Malcolm at that board meeting said, okay, well, what about solar?
Mm-hmm.
And Dominic's answer was that, well, you could look at a PPA, Purchase Power Agreement.
Which,
And so
by
I
the
think
way,
the
was the first
timing
time the concept,
Right.
I had even heard about it. And I went to CSBA convention in 2013. Actually, I was the only member of the board that went to San Diego in 2013. And then again, Don and I went to CSBA last year in San Francisco. And you don't have to go very far on the trade floor to bump into a lot of solar providers. None of them, I don't know whether I bumped into you or not, but maybe by the time I saw your presentation, I was kind of solared out. The PPA concept, even as recent as 6 months ago, where somebody had contacted me about a project they had done in Oxnard, a company that had done a project in Oxnard. And I came back and I said, you know, our bond money is gone. And it was at that point that someone said, well, there's this other way to do it. So I don't fault anybody for the fact that, you know, why didn't you love me then, honey? You know, why are we marrying now? It just, you know, sometimes harmonic convergence. Now, something that I've been reading a lot about, and this phrase has been used, actually I forwarded Don an article that was in the Wall Street Journal earlier this week, and that's the concept of the digital cliff. No, the solar cliff. I'm sorry, folks.
It's late.
It's, yeah, drool pretty soon. The solar cliff. And what they talk about the solar cliff is that's January 1st, 2017, where the market is going to have, maybe you can address this, there's going to be a flushing out of those who will not be able to operate in your business with only a 10% federal investment tax credit. Forbes magazine had something about this solar cliff. What does your crystal ball, there's 5 of you guys here that you look into, when you're watching those bowl games on January 2017, what is your life going to be like?
Well, that's a good question, Malcolm.
Oh, okay.
It's very important.
That's why I asked it at 20 till 11.
So certainly when the tax credit changes, that will change the economic outlook for many projects. Particularly in non-school districts, non-school districts pay a lot lower rates than school districts pay. School districts pay by far the highest rates for electricity of any category within all of the investor-owned utilities in California. And that's because you're on during the day. And electricity during the day is expensive. So your price per kilowatt hour is much higher than the city or the business down the road. And so in our marketplace for schools, we've got a better opportunity to continue moving forward with projects. Particularly San Diego Gas and Electric is currently, they pay 32 cents per kilowatt hour, where you're paying 18, 19. If you were in Rancho Cucamonga, you'd be paying 21 or 22. So within San Diego Gas and Electric territory, there will absolutely be still opportunities, because as long as we can provide cost savings to public agencies, we feel confident in it. Now, in terms of the cliff that you've described with other firms in a shakeout, if you were to look at some recent news articles about some solar companies that are publicly traded, you'd see some of that happening this week. And I think that's certainly something that we're seeing. Our funding partner that we've worked with, Constellation, which is an Exelon company, a $28 billion a year company, $33 billion in assets, is very solid. And so our funding partnerships and our ability to continue doing projects, we believe we'll be able to continue doing that work. For districts that are close to the ocean, that don't use a lot of air conditioning, your price per kilowatt hour is lower than those inland districts that are, or for example, the Antelope Valley or Rancho Cucamonga. And so in this particular community, the spread between solar and Edison is thinner than it may be in other places. And so for your project, the tax credit is particularly critical, where in other places, it may not be as critical to provide cost savings. But in terms of our firm being able to continue to do projects, we feel very confident about it, because there are many locations where we will still be able to create cost savings. And as we continue to do good projects without hidden fees or change orders or any of the other things that go along, we're very confident in our ability to keep going.
Barbara, do you have any questions? Okay, I have one more, and this is from the audience. And your projection, you had a projection of the cost of kilowatt hours cost going up next year. And Edison actually has come out with a projected system-wide decrease for the first quarter, based basically on, and it makes sense, on the projected fuel cost revenue requirement drop. The cost to acquire natural gas and coal and whatever else they need to burn is going to cause them to lower the cost. Assuming this is correct, how does this affect the projections?
Well, I would say that there are many Edison rate cases that take place, and that particular part of the way Edison sets their tariffs, they set their tariffs 3 different times during the year, and so there may be times where it goes down and it goes up and it goes down and it goes up. And so there may be a particular decrease in one section of the year, where in the rest of the year there's big increases. In the presentation that we provided, we did list all of the various rate escalations that have taken place, because each tariff has their rate escalate differently. To say that Edison across the board will reduce rates by 5% doesn't reflect the way that they change their rates. They change each individual tariff differently. And the GS2, TOU GS3, and TOU 8 tariffs that the school district is in have been the ones that have gone up the most over the last few years. And so I would say that there's no way to guarantee what Edison's rates will do in the future. So we know that. We don't know exactly what will happen. If Edison's rates were to go down a bit, I would say if you were to look at the historical trends, whenever Edison's rates go down a little bit, they pop up huge in the following year. In fact, in 2011, Edison's rate went down by a couple of percent, and the following year they went up 10%. And so that's what we've typically seen. In terms of if they went down by 5% in your particular rate tariff, we could look at that and provide an analysis to see what that would look like. However, because of the way they actually do their rate changes, we'd be happy to show you what that looks like given their latest rate cases that they've put out.
Another question.
Yeah.
I want to follow up on something Dr. Austin said that came up in the last meeting, but I'm not sure everybody in the room or the millions of people watching us right now saw the last meeting. The statement's been made that nothing will be built until the district signs off on it. And while I believe that to be true, we also, if approved, are agreeing to enter into a contract with you where if we want to gain the benefits as currently listed, there is a capacity, right? There are a certain number of solar panels that have to be on our property around the hill to get those rates. And if we were to start saying, well, actually we're going to cut that one out, we're going to cut that one out, cut that one out, for whatever reason, you could still do them, but the benefit we gain financially is different, correct?
Well, if you were to add or subtract locations, it would change the finances of the project. But to give you an example, Paramount Unified School District, we were awarded that project in October, and we're not building at their high school. It's only elementaries and middle schools. The Keppel Union School District, Wilsona School District, Altaloma, Central, Etiwanda, those are all elementary school districts with no high schools. And we've made it work there. So each of the projects do stand on their own, and each locations do stand on their own. And certainly if things were to change, it would absolutely change, and we'd show you what the change looked like. But to be very clear, if you pulled projects out and there were no cost savings and you didn't want to move forward, we would just go away.
Okay, thank you. I had something else, but to be honest, at this point, I can't even remember. I have some comments to make, but I don't have any questions.
Okay, is there any other questions at all? No. All right. Then what is the board's pleasure?
Was it time to call the question?
Seems like it is, because we've exhausted the presentation.
He's basically saying somebody want to make a motion. Yes.
I'll do it.
Thank you. You have more of a voice.
I'll make a motion that the board adopt Resolution 11, 2015-16. Do I have to read the whole thing?
You should probably.
Finding that the anticipated cost of the energy services agreement proposed by PFMG Solar for the thermal or electrical energy or conservation services comprising conservation facilities is less than the anticipated marginal cost to the district of thermal, electrical, or other energy that would have been consumed by the district in the absence of the energy services agreement proposed by PFMG Solar LLC, and that is in the best interest of the district to approve and enter into the energy services agreement proposed by PFMG Solar LLC pursuant to Government Code Section 4217.12.
I will second that.
Discussion.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and jump in here. Clearly, the process hasn't been ideal. I'm not sure even if we went out to bid, we would have ended up in a different place, but I think our prior practice when we've made decisions, I mean, if you think about something, not necessarily a contract, but when we went out for our last two principals for both high schools, we sent a very wide net to try to figure out who the best people were, even though we knew we had great candidates in-house, and we ended up hiring two people that were working there. So I don't think we haven't shown a history of, when possible, going through whether it's a bidding process or a process to try to get the widest range of candidates possible, and then we choose the best one. There's other times at which you make the decision that you need to make based on the time frame that we're in. Based on everything I've heard from Dr. Austin, from staff, from every single expert we trust that's not a company who's trying to go into a contract with us, they've all said it's fair. They've all said it's competitive, they're reputable, it's our friends, partners in Redondo Beach are very happy, and there's times you have to make decisions like that. The last speaker asked, quote unquote, it's our duty to seek the best opportunity for our students. And my question to me is, do I believe this is the best opportunity for our district? Given the time, given what we know, given the decision that I'd have to make now, I do believe it's the best opportunity. Is it ideal? Is it how I would do it over in a different time frame? Probably not. But I think it's important, if the worst case scenario was, and this is the worst case scenario, that this company for whatever reason went away, nobody wanted to get into the solar business, and we had 18 new shade structures that were built for free that we agreed on where they would go. That's my worst case scenario. I'm comfortable with making that decision. Best case scenario is everything we've gone through with the acknowledgement that the process has not been ideal.
That was not answered
Joan,
during the
sit
process.
down.
No.
Could you answer my question?
Joan, sit down, please. I had a process laid out. We followed the process. Linda?
I was thinking today that this, and I think one of you said this, is that this puts us in a tough position as a board to make this kind of tough decision. And I'm glad about that. I think Dr. Austin was really honest in saying it's a lot easier to not even deal with this, right? Because everyone comes and yells and screams and talks when they're not supposed to, and it's tough. But I'm glad we're having this issue, and I'm glad that this is up for discussion. And I just keep thinking about what's best for our kids in our district. And I listen a lot to our teachers. I talked to environmental science teachers and said, tell me what's bad about this, what's negative? And I got the negative, and my questions that were negative were answered. What this is doing is asking us to keep this as an option, and to not do it right now is, in my best judgment, not what's best for the kids in our district.
I'll segue into that. There are times in my life where I've had to make decisions on short notice, like, moving to California 32 years ago, that maybe if I had more time to think about it, I would have still been in Memphis, Tennessee. But I'm pretty happy with the decision I made on short notice. I am very appreciative of the fact that there is a business overhang on here, and I'm again, that solar cliff, I think, can't be understated. The other thing that this has done is that the presentation that we put on the website, some of which that we saw tonight, the PowerPoint, those who paid attention to when that presentation went up, who contacted me either by email or phone or running into at the grocery store, gave me an even deeper appreciation for, I think we have more engineering types per capita on the Hill than pretty much any other district that you've ever dealt with. And I appreciate that because they were doing due diligence. They were looking at it like it was, we were speccing something for an Apollo mission, and it was just an outline, something that was easily digestible. If you need more to chew on and consume, tell me what you want and I'll get it for you. There are going to be a lot of project managers on this as we move forward, as it should be. Because the other confusion that was in the community is that by whatever action we take tonight, if we act in favor of this, there were some who had the idea that all of a sudden tomorrow solar panels were going to be appearing all over the Hill. And I live in Rolling Hills, and right on Crest Road there was a neighbor who put up this thing that looked like it was a Mars mission. And across Crest Road, 2 houses over there were getting free suntans, similar to what we were brought up tonight about the Disney Hall, where they had to kind of polish the Disney Hall so neighbors weren't impacted. And as Don pointed out, the real work, if we decide to go forward with this, the real work starts tomorrow for the next 3 months, 4 months, before spade goes in the ground, before whatever you do to make a silicon to generate energy happens. And that's been kind of what I've taken away from this the past 2 or 3 weeks, is that not just the rapidity, it's just like poof. There was nothing, the Daily Breeze didn't do an article about, there was nothing out there unless you were kind of dialed in to school culture or board minutes, I guess, correct? I mean, I take 4 papers at home and I didn't read anything about it. So it runs so counter to the way we do things in Palos Verdes. We are deliberate to sometimes a fault. But to circle back to what Linda said, this is right for kids.
Okay. Well, this is what I'm struggling with. I think the presentation by Alex was excellent. You answered all the questions. It all makes sense to me. But and you could talk to me for the next 10 hours, and I would not understand everything you're telling me. I mean, this is just not my comfort area. And we have a lot of engineers in this community and people who know a lot more about this solar energy than I do. And so my problem with this is the process, and that's where I'm stuck. I'm stuck in the process because I would have liked more time. I would have liked more time to talk, even though we don't have the final plans or this, that, and the other, to talk to the community, let them know the pluses and the minuses. And I've had several people who have really talked to me and said, those are just such ugly things. Do we really want to put those ugly things up? Well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and what's beautiful to one person is ugly to another one. So I'm just so uncomfortable with this thing being pushed through so quickly. That's where I am. I'm just stuck in the process. It's not my comfort zone. I like going through the process. I actually like the bidding process. You may not get the best person because you get maybe the lowest responsible bidder and they may not be as good as this company. I don't know, but I feel I'm an attorney. I feel comfortable in those kinds of situations where we follow the process. So that's where I am.
I'm just going to comment on the process tonight. The whole point of having the public meeting was for everybody in the board to address us, to raise the questions that we needed to consider to make a decision, because at the end of the day, we have to make the decision. Unfortunately, if we didn't answer a question that, Joan, you had, send it to me, I'll try to get an answer for you. But it's answering your question or understanding what your question is doesn't sharpen our ability to make a decision. We've listened to everything, we've summarized everything, and we now have to make a decision. I'm just not comfortable with the process, and I don't think it's a good precedent. I understand exactly if we give what we give up if we don't go through it, and I fully applaud the 3 board members who have said that they think it's the right decision for kids, and you may be 100% right. You may be, and I just can't get there either. So with that, is there any other comments?
I would just add that one of the things that I found a little bit more comfort in was really hearing from Dr. Austin on all the different community partners that he did meet with. Now, that may not be neighbors that